Record has been put away. Now's soup's easy to make, fortunately. It's just a matter of pre-prepping. What is this one? All right. A little laggy. Nothing too out of the ordinary for Longdeath. So this is Longdeath. We return. It's been a week. Current living dwarves are Pilot, Dragon, Letharticus, Lolemkatsu, Anonimo, Anthony, the Skoid, Malden, Mar, Merc, Red Octobear, Hoshan, Cussy, Bloodcat, Diamond Destruct, Massive, Volleylol, Tygo, Zindros, Stone, Krabicus, Quevenir, Blue Space Weeb, Rory, Paranoid Metroid, Witcode, Zetsuki, Do It, Gibbles, and Tele, who's still the mayor, Arch the Second, Jimmy Tibby, Wogarden, Disco the Third, Do It, DeBerries, Banana, and Navy. Yeah, last night I made a soup with potatoes, beans, kale, carrots, garlic, red onion. Did I put anything else in there? Parsnips. Yeah, that was a good soup. Took a little bit, but it was delicious once it was done. Had that with 2 pieces of bread last night. Very tasty dinner. Very filling dinner. The only problem with like having soup for dinner though is I had to get up like 5 times in the middle of the night to use the toilet. The kale was and the parsnips weren't from mine, but were from one of the neighboring plots because the guy who was ripping them up didn't know what to do with them. Yeah, I lost a couple dwarves in a pretty short period of time. Currently, they're all just putting stuff away. But yeah, your dwarf didn't go berserk, but you ended up being treated as a hostile party, which basically is the same thing. Although it's a bug instead of intended mechanic. Chicken soup, but chicken is not in the soup. The chicken was boiling in it with green onion, white onions, carrots, and beans, and more greens. Lack of forgotten, add mushroom and cheese and seasoning. Cheese? Yeah. Really? I guess. Guess you could do cheese in a soup of that sort. I wonder what time of year it is. The game is saving. I feel like we just finished trading because all the dwarves are putting stuff away, which usually means we just finished trading. I will confirm that in a sec. But, oh yeah, and also as my soup last night, I made veggie broth the night before, so. Also, I don't know if Kiri's still lurking, but how's that Hard West 2? I saw that a video just popped up about it. I need to try that, if that beta is still available. I may have missed it, but that's fine. It's not super high on my to-do list. Did enjoy that first game, but not enough to like go out of my way to play the beta. Early winter, got it. Yeah, okay, so then we just traded with the dwarves. But yeah, I like making my own soup broths. Making your own soup broth is really easy to make. It's just kind of especially veggie broths. It's just kind of a matter of saving leftovers. Everything that you cook goes into plastic bag, goes into plastic bag, and then into freezer. Whenever you chop an onion, whenever you chop a carrot or peel something, just goes in the bag. And then once every, like, I don't know. For me, it's about once every week, every other week. I have enough to just make a thing of broth, dump it all into a pot, let it sizzle, and then simmer for 20 minutes. Then you have, like, veggie broth. Or if you go to KFC or something and you have a bunch of chicken bones, just chuck those into a freezer bag and then boil those later and you have chicken broth. It's like one of the biggest wastes, I think, are all these people who go to fast food places like and then don't actually do anything with all of the bits on all the leftover bits. If anybody heard their dwarf's name being read and they want to see a description of their dwarf or want to know what their dwarf's up to, just give me a shout. We'll get you read. I mean, like, if you get fast food chicken and there's bones left over, like, whenever you get those bones, just put them in a little container. Like, you don't need that much. You just, like, need, I don't know, if you have, like, a full-size soup pot, you just need, like, I don't know, 2 centimeters worth of bones in the bottom of the pot to really make a broth. You'd like to know what your dwarf's up to? You're still mayor. Well, that's good. Currently, you're sleeping. You feel blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom. Fondness after remembering making a friend. You didn't feel anything after being unable to wander for too long, and you were bored after leading an unexciting life. Dude, you're the mayor. That's about as exciting as you can get. You're 161, meaning the first of spring every year you could possibly die. You are very agile and strong. You personally believe that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. And you believe little is better in life than a good party. You find sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals. And you would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. If you crack them before boiling. I never crack them. I just sear them before boiling. Put them in the bottom of the pan, put a little bit of oil. Although you're talking to someone who's almost always vegan, so I haven't actually had chicken in, or actually I haven't had chicken with, I had some boneless chicken kind of recently. So I had Korean chicken with my mom, but I haven't had like bone in like fried chicken in the house in maybe 2 years. So I'm maybe not the person to ask. He is utterly fearless when confronted by danger to the point of lacking common sense and often filled with joy, incredibly calm, finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and is very slow to anger. Generally lives life at an organized and neat, and is quick to form negative views about things, does not often feel lustful, and does not often experience strong cravings or urges, is trusting, and likes a little excitement now and again, and is conflicted by this, as it considers tranquility preferable to tumult. Or how to bake a potato that'll melt off the bone, animal. I don't know why, but just whenever people say bone-in pizza as like a joke, it just makes me want to throw up. It's like, I realize it's like a meme, but whenever I hear that or read that, it just makes me feel nauseous for some strange reason. And I'm not quite sure why. Is stuff the right color? No, it's not. Bismuth bronze, that's yellow. I don't remind myself what I actually have. Then we got a bunch of rose gold right now. That's probably the right color, but I only have one tile of it. Also, that one makes me feel weirdly nauseous. The crazy you can grow boneless chickens now. Although, if someone could like find or maybe not find a way, but if someone could open up a chicken place that only sells lab-grown chicken, I'd probably eat there more often. I'd actually eat chicken again. Because chicken is just crazy expensive these days. Although I was reading an article on actually like of the cost of raising chickens humanely, and it's just like based on the average cost of a chicken in 2016, if they were all raised humanely on enough land to actually live lives that they would like would enjoy as chickens, the cost of chicken would go up like 16 times or something. So chicken should be more expensive, frankly, which is part of the reason why it's going up in prices here. Because, you know, they're making sure that people actually take care of their animals and farms, which is kind of nice. Would be great if there were friendlier ways to get meat. It's part of the reason I don't eat meat very often. Like, quite literally, like, it is a large portion of the reason I don't eat meat very often. And it's just like, well, the amount of toxins and chemicals that come out of those factory farms are not exactly very beneficial to the long-term runtime of the Earth. What is that? It's the black bronze. I'll, like, continue that out. I do have a bunch of that, I think. At least one tile. How much black bronze do I have? Let's play a game. Oh shit, I do have Electrum. I have 32 black bronze bars. Alright, well, I guess I can place the Electrum up here. I have Electrum and brass. Assuming that's the right color. Antibiotics, yay, and the like. Well, it's not even just antibiotics. It's just the gases that bodies give off when they're locked in a small space for long periods of time. It's not good for the atmosphere at scale. Turns out we have a lot of that stuff at scale. I'll give you weaving, because that's like the one like always running job that we have. But yeah, I can give all sorts of good advice on making veggie broths, but not so much on chicken. I just know that you can do it with chicken broths. 2 liters of soup. Usually what I'll do is I'll make soup and then I'll just let it sit on the counter for like 30 minutes. I'll eat it around then, usually. I'll just let it sit for a while before I actually eat it. So there was a post made on Bay 12 yesterday that I didn't actually make a video out of because I didn't think there was enough news in there. But there is a little bit in this that I think is really interesting. Taran just says that he's been working on some other things. But one of the things that he said is that he's made it so that you can build floors and then build walls on the constructed floors. So excited to not have to deconstruct floors anymore to place more walls. When I saw that, I was just like, yay! I thought about making a video last night for it, but by the time I got home from my parents' house last night, I was just like, I don't feel like it. And that was like the only real point that was like interesting information in that post. The rest of it's just like, yep, we know what you're working on. So didn't think that there was reason to make a video out of that, but is a happy change though, regardless. All right. Well, looks like dwarves are mostly putting shit away right now. We'll just let them keep putting shit away. Are you just carrying a ton of clothing, or are you just like really slow? You're carrying a ton of clothing, okay. Like, Dwarf, are you really slow, or are you carrying 75 necklaces? You're carrying 75 necklaces, okay. Yeah, that's like the most interesting DF-related thing that happened over the weekend. Aside from that, I'm one of the, like, top... Well, actually, Clino sent me this Reddit stat thing for the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. And apparently my account on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit is one of the most consistently upvoted accounts. So that's interesting. Absolutely none. Well, I mean, I'm trying to build a, what's it called? I'm trying to build a large thing to make obsidian in, which is down here. But I need all of these boulders at the bottom to be gone. So currently, nothing until these boulders are gone, which basically just means make shit tons of crafts, sell crafts, make shit tons of crafts, sell crafts, make shit tons of crafts, sell crafts. And we've been doing that for about, I don't know, 150 years. It feels like. Maybe not quite that long, but yeah, we're cleaning the bottom of that. I mean, I could just like dump all and then just like let the dwarves work for a season and then just get it all cleared that way, but I don't want to do it that way because then I'll end up misplacing rock and stuff will get bugged and stuck in tiles, and I don't feel like doing that. So we're just doing it the slow way. So currently nothing really. The long term, I guess I'm painting the floor slowly, but currently like the long-term plan is like to make that into an obsidian printer and then start printing obsidian. And once I've printed a whole bunch of obsidian, start replacing the upper walls and the upper walkways with obsidian instead of wood. That is the current long-term plan, but actually getting it done is just like, well, I mean, we're pretty far away from that. Like, kind of really far away from that, so. Oh yeah, also, I might have a weird thing to announce next week. Might. Either next week or the week after. I guess that's like a teaser of an announcement I guess that's the closest I'll ever get to announcing an announcement. That's what I wanted to say. But I may have something to announce next week. May. We'll see. Maybe even this weekend, actually. Depending on how things line up. Need some people to get back to me, though. Announcing announcements. Yeah, the most popular thing to do. Well, this is interesting.
What if I...
Ah! There's a new episode of, or a new People Make Games video that's currently unlisted. Oh, actually, no, is it unlisted? Well, I got entertainment for this evening. New People Make Games. And of course, they're now digging into VR chat and all that metaverse shit. Well, that's good. I'm sure that'll be all just cheerful happiness and rainbows. You know, pro tip, chat. If any of you out there are making a video game, don't put the word metaverse in the title, because I will delete all of your PR emails on the basis that it has the word metaverse in the title. Just almost just kind of a fact right there. I mean, now you have to create a metaverse, the metaverse, just to spam you with emails about it. I mean, it'll just get caught in my spam filter that has had the word metaverse added to it. So no, I mean, I guess you could spam me with emails about it, but I wouldn't actually receive any of them. Just saying. But, like, there's this one game that came out relatively recently that a couple people that I know played that looked actually pretty good called Into the Multiverse. And I completely, like, wiped any notion of that game existing off of my brain. purely because I was just like, well, it's got the word metaverse in it, and I realized later it was multiverse. I'm like, I don't even feel bad. Also, this thing's out. V Uprising. So, Chad, if any of you guys buy this game and you play it, please tell me what the fuck this game is, because I don't actually know. Aside from it has a bad name. But, like, you lose me at the online PvP and the fact that it calls itself an MMO. But, yeah, I don't know. About a Spider-Man reference? You know the term multiverse has existed longer than Spider-Man multiverse, right? But, there is a Spider-Man movie with that theme, yes. I haven't seen it, so I wouldn't be able to reference it. Oh, speaking of games that have sent me, like, an oddly large number of emails, I just saw it pop up, so it's worth mentioning. A game that has sent me an oddly large number of emails is Tennis Manager 2022, including one where they were just like, we will sit on a video call and explain how to play Tennis Manager 2022. And I was like, oh, that's not a good sign. that's a bad sign. So, you know, it's Tennis Manager 2022, everybody. They were just like, we are now doing video calls tutorials on how to play Tennis Manager 2022. And it's like, either you've made your Tennis Manager game way more complicated than it needs to be, or nobody understands how tennis works. And you think Dwarf Fortress is bad, Zakos. Dwarf Fortress, the creators can't even tell you how to play it. That's just, like, a Monday for most people, though, Animal. I mean, I on the topic of metaverse, I had to explain to my dad why the entire crypto market crashed. It's like, well, you see, a few people were just like, meh, I don't want to invest in this thing. So they pulled their money out of it, and then everybody saw the money being pulled out of it, so they all pulled their money out of it, and then the stock market crashed. My dad's like, man, this is exactly like the normal stock market. It's like, yep. I mean, sports management games, if you play them as, like, a strategy game, they're not that bad. If you actually, like, try and pretend to know what all of the different players' names are, and you don't look at them as just, like if you, like, I can play Football Manager. If I sit down and just, like, play Football Manager as a strategy game, I can play it. If I play Football Manager and try, If I play Football Manager and, like, actually try and understand how football works, I'm really bad at it. But if I just play it as a numbers, like, statistics and odds game, I can do it. Is this year's version of Run on Bank? You mean like the song from Mary Poppins? I want my money, Mr. Banks. So, did any of you guys see that string of tweets from Snoop Dogg saying that he was going to buy Twitter? Because, like, hold on, let me find these tweets. Where was that tweet? Ah, here it is. May have to buy Twitter now. I'm going to replace the board of directors with Jimmy from My Corner and Fish Fry and Tommy Chung and the guy with the ponytail on CNBC. First line of business is free internet on airplanes. $29 for an hour is bullshit. And everyone gets a blue check mark, even the bots with 10 letters in their name that hit you in the DMs and just say hello. Nah, fuck those bots. When Snoop buys Twitter. And Elon Musk is just like, fire. I support this acquisition of Twitter. Quite the rant. I don't know if I'd consider that quite the rant. It's more like it's pretty standard unhinged. I've had too much weed. Can I just... What? Can someone... Okay, so very important question. I haven't clicked on this. Can someone please explain to me why UFOs are currently trending? Don't we have more important things to talk about in the current year? Why is UFOs trending? Are they releasing information that doesn't matter or something? I thought they did that like 2-3 years ago. I'm pretty sure that like 2-3 years ago they were like, we don't know what these are. Isn't that admitting that it exists? Hey, King of Knolls, what's up? Starting to come. They've documents about frickin' aliens existing and UFOs have been starting to come out since... I don't know. I'm trying to think of a topical joke that isn't in poor taste, and I can't. They've been starting to come out as long as UFOs have existed. You didn't even know that? Like, look at Twitter. Or don't, actually. That's probably for the best if you don't. Twitter, currently UFOs are trending. At least in Canada. Can't speak for the rest of the world. Not formally by the government. But I'm pretty sure, like, the government was the one that released those weird, like, pill-shaped footage things, like, last year. Isn't that, like, admitting that they exist? Yo, we're releasing footage of UFOs. Wait, so if Snoop wants to make internet free. Snoop does indeed want to make internet free, yes. Like, that's it's almost like, Soulja Boy buying Atari and making his own console. This poor dwarf. The docs are rolling out now. So freaking what? I don't know. I'm still of the opinion that we got more important stuff that we should really be discussing and worrying about that, you know, isn't like weird spaceships flying around. What the fuck's a bird? Can I just go back? Can we just go back to the birds don't exist conspiracy theories set? Because those are still very funny to me. I mean, how could they be flying saucers if birds don't exist? I mean, come on. Get with the program. I'm asking the real questions. Stupid to talk about it on a national level. Like, I listened to 2 different podcasts that cover aliens. Aliens are fun, but aliens are fun because humans are insufferable. I mean, they're famous for their pranks, Frog, which is a reference that nobody here will understand unless you listen to a very specific podcast. Don't need senators chiming in. Well, I mean, it depends on how many voters the podcasts get, right? What are you linking? OpenAI's new AI thinks birds aren't real. Can I get a TLDR without actually having to watch this video, please? Pranks like Gnomes make? Gnome's a great band. That's not a TLDR, my dude. That's just I subscribe to that channel. It's amazing. I want a video summary, damn it. Oh, apparently that night when I was out, that I don't remember, I sent a link to Gnome. So I must have been listening to Gnome because I sent a link to Gnome to my friend. And one of the other things I noticed when I woke up was a DM from him saying, So I just bought their CD. Thanks for costing me $30. I was like, you're welcome. Appreciate you, Tygo. Well, I thought that guy was just an idiot. I'm pretty sure that guy was just like an idiot. Because I remember seeing that video and didn't like it just come down to like he's just doesn't understand how islands work. I'm pretty sure that that's where that like ended, was that it was just, oh, he doesn't know how islands work. You know, let's make a furniture stockpile for lead statues. Just because I have a lot of lead statues and I need to put them somewhere. I need lead. Where's lead? Lead, and then type. Statues. Problem is a lot of people probably are going to go hauling those immediately. Murfist with the 1 year. God damn, dude. It's a long time. Cheers, man. Camera's further forward than it normally is. There you go. Clink. Cheers, dude. It's a whole year. Long time. Thanks for the year. Here's to many more. Or at least like another month or two. Not going to count my chickens before they're hatched. Oh, is this like that Twitter bot that was like radicalized in 24 hours or something? That was a weird afternoon. When they're just like, hey, let's have just like a publicly trainable Twitter bot. That seems smart. Well, that's less fun. At least its birds aren't real instead of, you know, something actually damaging. Good temperature test for the public. I mean, go outside in the summer. That's my temperature test for the public. Seriously, though, why the fuck are UFOs trending? Is there anything actually interesting coming out about UFOs? Well, okay, so I'm not going to show this link, chat, but I click on the hashtag for UFOs, trending in science, which I think is kind of ironic. And the first link is a link to foxnews.com. This tweet's pretty good. $5 gas. No baby formula. Record crime. Record inflation. Border crisis. What's Congress talking about? UFOs! Yeah, this checks out. Okay, well, here's like some like relatively trustworthy news sources. Gifts of people falling asleep. Lots of Fox News. Well, closing that. Oh, there's another one that's like somewhat. Okay, at least I generally believe that things that the BBC says is fact-ish, and then just like lots of pictures of this guy. So, anyway. Oh, also, the Riker Googling account was on point on the 15th on the topic of things that do matter. BBC, they're hit and miss, but I would generally believe what they were writing, what they would write about UFOs. But saw that, laughed pretty hard. The Riker Googling is a pretty good Pretty good Twitter account. Maybe not the best Star Trek fan account, but yeah. Last I checked, not entirely related to UFOs. They're still better than like almost any American news source. Even in that regard. Like it's kind of bad. But time to haul all of these statues. Fox News is one of those things that would be funny if it wasn't so damaging. Yep. I feel like there's a point there's a point where an entertainment organization shouldn't be allowed to call themselves news, but you know, here we are. I mean, when I'm looking for world news, I flip back and forth between Al Jazeera and BBC. Like, they're the ones that actually do a decent job reporting world news. Okay. I mean, this certainly looks like a... Star Trek fan account. Makes you feel like you can understand foreign language? What? The BBC? I mean, nothing makes me feel like I can understand a foreign language. If I don't speak the language, I don't feel like I can speak it. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that specific branch of the BBC at all, so you're going to need to elaborate. I read the name of it the first time. Don't know what that is. So you're going to need to elaborate on what that is. Sorry for just like having to spell it for you, but once they bring the wheelbarrows up, this will go a little quicker. Because turns out I have a lot of statues that all need to go away. And hopefully I have enough wheelbarrows for these. And I'm blind, so you know we're very like. I don't want to link, but okay, thanks. All right, fair enough. Makes sense. Don't feel like accepting any cookies, so I'm not going to spend more time on that than I need to. You know, hold on a second. Is this actually a bug, Dwarf Fortress Bug's Twitter account? I don't think that's a bug. Because they become administrators often when they're trained military dwarves not currently in uniform. Cookie Clicker isn't even running, dude. Not currently, anyway. Hello, Pink. What up? Good to see you. Hey, hi. Oh my god, I just got another email about Tennis Manager. Like, literally 2 seconds ago. The fuck? Tennis Manager really wants people to play their video game. They want to be the next Football Manager, but good luck, I suppose. But how's things, Pink? They really want me to manage tennis. I couldn't tell you. Tennis Manager, Shadow Legends. Okay, I should clarify. They haven't offered to pay me, but they've offered me keys more than once. I love it, although on the topic of emails that I've received in the last hour, I love when I receive emails about bands I've never heard of claiming that they are iconic. It's like, how can you be iconic if I haven't heard of you? Can't be that iconic. A little bit down. That was me on Sunday. Why are you feeling down? I'm a little down right now because I didn't sleep very well last night. I didn't fall asleep until about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. What vanity? Well, you know who calls himself iconic? Oh man, it doesn't even work in Google anymore. Yeah, there you go. This is the iconic cap. Very iconic. Watch Dogs and the iconic camp and the iconic cap. That's what's iconic. You know what's funny is like I couldn't even remember the game franchise. I just remembered the line, the iconic cap, and was like, so I literally just right now went to Google and typed in Ubisoft iconic cap. If I can help that unlocked your memory, you're welcome. There's a new type of AI which is really good at following directions but unable to rebuff your initial claim, so it will make up excuses instead. It was asked, why aren't birds real? And answered, birds aren't real because they are not made from flesh and blood, but of bones and feathers and organs. Huh. Yes, Adrian Pierce. That was the name of that boring-ass piece of cardboard of a main character. I feel like an AI that only follows initial instructions is really good at learning things but can't change its mind and will only make up excuses is maybe not a way that we should be designing AI. Like, I personally feel that if we're going to design AI, we should design AI to be, you know, better than most of our world leaders, right? Part of the experiment was to see what the AI would come up with. I wonder what it thinks about humans. But, interesting. So currently we are cleaning up more things. We're putting these statues away. And I'm going to use this as a way to actually... Because I have about, I don't know, 1,000 statues in the basement that haven't been constructed yet. So... let's make 30 lead wheelbarrows. Let's just make a bunch of wheelbarrows, because I clearly don't have enough wheelbarrows. Where you could ask them context-related questions. There's a lot of interesting possibilities for AI and AI-generated quests. Like there's like a lot of not controversy, but like weird kind of moral questions being asked right now about like AI replicating voice acting and stuff. And it's just like, well, imagine like a Bethesda game where you actually have unlimited quests, where you could just like infinitely go back in and replay because it'll just generate you more quests with new voice acting and everything. It's an interesting idea. Although if it was a Bethesda game, it'd just be a lot of arrows and knees and such. Suddenly, all badges on Twitch disappear. Interesting. Also, First of Spring's rolling around. Heads up, Stone. Just being able to write coherently doesn't mean being able to discern truthful information from a markedly. Yeah, that's true. What really bothers you is people who have no idea that AI... People who... Hold on. Clean my glasses. What really bothers you is people who have the idea that AI will kill us or hack us out of the sandbox environments or whatever the issue is. The TLDR of what AI is, it's just a fitting curve to an equation. There's no conceivable way an AI could figure out how to control its host computer and hack other computers or take over the world without someone trying really hard to make it do one of those things. Well, I mean, Skynet exists. Skynet's a Canadian company that provides internets via drones. Also, the humans are here with their annual tributes. Well, I mean, I'm trying to think of like an equivalent of things that people widely believe, regardless of Well, without like falling deeply into random conspiracy theories, I'm trying to think of like something that's harmless that like people widely believe. It's not like people widely believe in the Force or anything silly like Star Wars, but there's plenty of things that people feel like they are well-versed and educated in, but in reality, all of their experiences are based on... when in reality, all of their experiences are based on fiction. Like, I'm not... I'll put it this way. I'm not concerned that Elvis is alive is pretty silly. Yeah, that one is pretty silly. The Beatles never broke up is also pretty silly. Good morning, B-Log. Hello. But yeah, no, there's plenty of things that people believe are real that are entirely from fiction that are just convincing enough that people mistake it as fact, and Terminator is pretty ingrained in modern consciousness. But, you know, although, I'll put it this way. I'm not concerned about an AI hacking into some government structure and setting off a bunch of nukes. I'm concerned about some crazy whacked out government with some stupid idiot in charge firing off a bunch of nukes. That's what I'm scared of. Yeah, I didn't want to fall into awful conspiracy theories, Brewhogger. That's why I was trying to, you know, not do that. But, you know, you do you, I suppose. So, yeah, I'm not even remotely concerned about an AI launching it. I'm concerned about some crazy dictator with more brains than, or more time than brains. Hey, it's Nicolas Cage. Look at that. Well, I mean, I'm worried about the machines too, but I'm worried about the machines making the humans dumber. That's what I'm actually worried about. The machines make the humans dumber, and then the humans do the dumb thing. Not necessarily the other way around, you know? A lot of myths inbuilt in reality. Yes, like the Bible. Actually, that's one I could have jumped to. That's definitely less, like, divisive than awful conspiracy theories that ruin people's lives. Instead, I could just talk about the Bible. That'll be fine, right? So are you hauling what I need you to haul? No. Close enough. You know, I'm literally playing a game about that. Trust me, you don't want to do that, King of Knolls. Tell that to our rapid de-evolution frog. But yeah, no, like, I'm going to be playing some more Citizen Sleeper tonight, and that is literally a game about why you absolutely do not want a copy of your brain in a computer. But, you know. And also why, like, socialized healthcare is good. That's what that game's about. But, you know. Speaking of things that are good, elves have arrived to trade. I saw a dwarf saying, "Oh, how affectionate I am," and I'm like, what? Feel some delight, satisfying. It was near a window, how pleasurable, it pleases me, this could be bliss. Oh, whatever. Must have been talking to a loved one or something. Well, hello, Diamond. How are you? Hello, gentle sentient. If AI would have been available during the Cold War, we'd be dead. Several instances where humans in charge did not follow procedure and did not launch, and AI would have. Oh, absolutely. But those procedures are still not controlled by computers, though. There's a reason why those procedures and things should not be connected to the internet of any sort. Your favorite conspiracy theory is that Finland doesn't exist? Yes, that is a fun one. At the start of the Cold War, Russia signed a secret deal with Japan to add its maps in a large portion of the Black Sea, included unregulated fishing, which is why the maps of the Trans-Siberian Railway exists as a ship to Japan. Yes, I too have read that conspiracy theory. My favorite, like, comment on that conspiracy theory, I think, was from, like, the Reddit thread where I first read about it. And it was just somebody saying, I'm from Finland, and now I no longer believe Finland exists. That one's almost as silly as birds don't exist, though. Except some people actually believe it, unlike the birds don't exist. One, where birds don't exist is purely just taking the piss. Yeah, that happens with Cookie Clicker. There's a few very specific achievements you need to get to actually pick up the pace again, I guess. I mean, the thing that perplexes me the most about human collective ideas is the human collective idea that uploading your brain to a computer is a good idea. There is nothing about that seems like a benefit to anybody. It's like, if your consciousness that is in your body somehow ended up being the version that is in the computer, I feel like that would probably be its own weird hell. And if you were the version that was still alive and not that version that was in the computer, it would be a different kind of hell because you'd never know what the other consciousness of you was thinking. Is it hot in Canada? Okay, so do I need to do the Canada's really big discussion again, Diamond? Or no? Where I am? No, it's still pretty cool. It's about 10 degrees right now outside. It's supposed to hit about 13 today. Cloudy. It was 6 degrees yesterday. In Quebec, it's apparently 30 degrees and, like, it's summer. So, Canada's really big. Is it hot in Canada? I don't know which part of Canada you're asking about. In my little corner of Canada, it's kind of cool still. Other end of Canada, can't confirm or deny anything because I don't live there. Is it hot in Canada? Well, by that logic, yes. In the hot pot of Canada, it is indeed hot currently. But you didn't need to ask me that. Is it hot where I'm at? No, not really. Nice. No gremlin. I mean, maybe Belug if could elaborate on temperature at the other end of Canada, but I certainly can't. We have now traded with the elves. Canada, Sahara, where? Nowhere. As if I don't know that this exists. I mean, come on, our mountains are really pointy and our prairies are not, but the rest is kind of bumpy, but man, do we got a lot. Some people would tell you that France is pretty large. Well, you can fit 14 Frances into this land of ours. There's another song that they have on a similar subject called Canada's Got a Lot, which goes something along like, we got rocks and trees and trees and rocks and 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 water. They once wrote a song called The Last Saskatchewan Pirate. Because it's a yee-ho, hi-ho, coming down the plains, stealing wheats and barley and all the other grains. It's a ho, hey, hi, hey. Farmers bar your doors when you see the Jolly Rogers on Regina's mighty shores. By that, like, they have one river which dries up so much most of the year that you can walk across it. Mighty shores. Which is why I'm not singing the actual tune and just like bluntly stating the lyrics for every single Arrogant Worms song that I happen to know off the top of my head, because my brain keeps the most useless information at all times at the front of it, but not the useful information. Which is why I'm also not playing those songs, because I will get content ID'd. But I mean, but if you like rocks and trees and trees and rocks, then you may not know this, Brewhogger, but we got some more of those rocks and trees and trees and rocks. Although the whole song Canada's really big at points just sounds like it's a dick joke. So now we only have rocks and rocks. I mean, it depends on where you go. But yes, pine beetles have wreaked havoc. This is true. Bugs haven't eaten all of the trees, mostly just the pine trees. No, there's water after the rocks and trees, actually. You have trees in Texas? I thought you had cacti and cowboys. I know you have trees in Texas. I'm not that uneducated. Oak wilt. I've heard of that. And just eat the pine beetles? Working on it. I'm aware. Texas is pretty big. Texas is one of those things where it's just like, well, I mean, there's the stereotypical Texas, but... I mean, it's kind of like Kamloops. Brown, flat, cactus, tumbleweed, idiots on ATVs, skinny roads that don't get paved often enough, that are very bumpy. We got that too. Racist is what you use on them. Pink. Every internet community, no matter how small, has a Texan. Well, so something that I think is kind of funny is Squarespace has like location data, right? And for the Halcyon Frequency website, the place that we get the most clicks from in the world, period, is Texas. Like, I don't feel like showing this because, like, it has some pretty specific data. But, like, actually, I can just show this. This is just last 30 days. Shoutouts to Texas, I guess. Like, if like, here, let's go year to date. So just this year. Go back to the States. Still just Texas. It's all just Texas. It's all Texas. Like, we got a couple from California, but it's all Texas. All Texas. And then if I click on it, it's even more specific, but. Like, I have right down to, like, small towns from where we get clicks from. Well, California, it's pretty easy because there's such a large majority of people in California are in LA and the Bay Area. It's a lot easier with California. What decent meals? What do you want for a decent meal? You prefer to consume worms. This dwarf prefers to consume worms. Worms. Yummy. Live in spaghetti? It's apparently. Yeah, I remember but I'll put it this way. Unfortunately, I also remember that King of Knolls. Unfortunately, I remember that. All right, I can turn the fountains back on. Oh shit, Wogarden grew up. Saw a dwarf tell a story of the masterful pigtail cloth created at the Laggy by Laggy for the eternal adventure of time at Longdeath in the mid-spring of 373. The simple dinner. They're telling stories about how a dwarf made a cloth once. You know how like the one time a dwarf made a cloth? He's 13 years old, absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, takes and is often filled with joy. Like platinum, rose, gold, and bloodstone, clear glass and coral and bins and large gems and goblets, and the words of the number of glistening. Helpful. Want to do metal crafting, I would guess. Clothes making already. We can give you leather working as well. Give you all the metal smithing. Oopsies. Wood cutting. All the healthcare. And mining. Now I'm just, like, unfortunately reminded of How to Eat Fried Worms, the book. Was anybody else here subjected to that in elementary school, or just me? It was actually kind of an all-right book. Just kind of letting this kid do whatever the heck he wants. Oh, strange book. This dwarf. You weird me out, man. Sometimes you'll be just fine for weeks on end. Just me, Hex? It was an alright book. It was a light novel. Quick read. They made a movie out of it, which is unfortunate. Because that movie's just like, hey, let's just like watch this child eat a lot of worms, the movie. The book is literally called How to Eat Fried Worms, so, I mean, How to Eat Fried, yep, 2006 film, and when did the book come out? What was a book before that? All I'm finding is the... fucking published by Scholastic. That's something I haven't thought about in a minute. Recommended for ages 8 to 12, 144 pages. When was this written? It's a 70s book? I thought it was going to be like 89 or something. There's a 1-star review on IMDb for How to Eat Fried Worms, and it just says, "Just ignore all the bad reviews. This movie is amazing. It encourages children to try new things, even if it's to eat fried worms, and it will open up your children's view of the world." Then why did you leave a 1-star review for that? Strange. I mean, it is a point. Like, it's actually, like, not a bad little tale. It's just some of the imagery, and it's kind of gross. As far as, like, little books go. Most commonly challenged books in the United States has been appears on the list of libraries associations of most commonly challenged books in the United States, and it has been a frequent target of censors. Well, I mean, literally, like, the whole, like, shtick of how to eat fried worms. Wait, what? Did I just sell something I wasn't allowed to? I must have missed, because Krabicus just got thrown in prison, so I'm trying to figure out why. Hold up. Oh, shit. I guess I missed a production order. Yep. Well, sorry about that, Kingy. Hopefully you like being in prison, Krabicus. Guilty. Well, that's not good. But yeah, I would actually say that, like, How to Eat Fried Worms is like, because I saw that movie and I read that book when I was little, and it's like, it's literally just, if someone tells you that something is weird but you like doing it and it doesn't hurt anybody and doesn't hurt you, do it anyway. Like, that's literally the whole shtick of the book. Like, that's all it is. It's just, if people tell you not to eat fried worms and you really want to eat fried worms, you can eat fried worms. The problem is, the problem is that it's about eating fried worms, so it also makes you want to throw up in the process. So most people just get too enraptured with, that's a child eating a lot of worms. What, telling kids that they can do what they want to do even if it's not considered normal? Yeah, that's absolutely why some people would want to ban it. Which is why I'm also kind of not surprised by why it would pop up on the frequent list of censored books. That actually makes a lot of sense. Conform, obey. They live. All right. As those statues work their way upstairs, we can, you know, start placing more statues. Rebel, rebel. They live. It's a, I mean, I referenced a movie called They Live, so thus I said They Live. I don't know. Have you never seen They Live, Paper Cuts? It's a John Carpenter film. That movie ages better every year because, like, the only thing that was really bad about that movie when it was new was that the special effects at the time were cheesy as shit. Now it's just got charm. It's like what were crappy special effects when that film was new are just like, oh, this movie's got so much charm and heart now. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Although you'd be surprised, you run into quite a few people these days who haven't even heard of They Live. Yet at the same time, you show them like screenshots and imagery from They Live, and they're like, "Oh, I've seen that." It's like, of course you have, because it's fucking They Live. Everybody's seen that. Even if they haven't seen the movie, they've definitely seen screenshots of it. And that's like just more and more commonplace. There we go. King is now happy. Can't agree with that, G2G Moan. It's such a shame that John Carpenter was like almost pushed out of the film industry for a while because everybody just hated everything that he did for a while there. It's like he put all of his heart and soul into making The Thing and a bunch of other really good films, and every single one of them was critically slammed and are now cult classics. Yeah, which is one of my favorite lines ever for a video game quote, because it's like, yeah, that's not a Duke Nukem. Duke Nukem stole that quote. Yeah, I don't think there isn't a single John Carpenter movie that I've seen that I can say was just bad. Like, even his movies that are boring are either aesthetically or even the movies that he made that aren't good movies are still interesting, either cinematically or just audio wise. Like, the music's just good. Like, Dark Star is not a very good movie, but that soundtrack slaps, and the cinematography in it for what it is, it's pretty fucking cool. I own a the physical record for Lost Themes, which is one of his solo albums, like, because he's done a couple of those. Which supposedly, like, the story behind the Lost Themes records is that the story behind the Lost Themes records is that they're supposed to be like themes for movies that didn't make it or whatever, but also there's probably like 50,000 of those because of how popular like that kind of synth music is these days. By that I mean it's very popular. Why are there still so many statues? Because I have so much lead. If you have a better use for all this lead, do tell me. So instead, it's just strength training. I have like 8,000 or 9,000 lead just sitting in my stocks pile. So if I make them into statues and place the statues, at least the dwarves get happy out of it when they see them. And if you're wondering what that weird circular thing with the gold in it is, that is a wood block made out of wagon wood, which is from our original wagon. So that is the wagon that founded Longdeath right there. I mean, I could make lead crafts, but I'm making plenty of stone crafts. And this way, like, at least I have something to keep in the fortress instead of something that dwarves just hoard and then get sold later. This isn't even all of the statues. There's also these ones down here. This isn't even the half of it. Like, there's even more in other places, but the best part is they're all identical. Every single one of these statues is The rendition of the eternal spear, an image of a dwarf in his spear, and the dwarf is admiring the spear. The dwarf is striking a triumphant pose. The image was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure Time, a local dwarven government. All of these statues are identical. It's an image of a dwarf in a spear. Yeah, I mean, and these are all set as, like, statue gardens or whatever. So they have all of these to just, like, stare at. And then the reason there's so many slabs up here is because I got weirdly conspiracy theorist about the fort for a little bit. I still am. I think that there's a bug that ghosts can spawn that don't actually affect your civ in Dwarf Fort. I'm convinced of this. Was making a small area densely populated with doors. Why? So that every angle the dwarves go through, they have to go through a door? What for? I feel like that would just really confuse the cat AI if you locked a single door. Can dead invaders become ghosts? So, I don't know. So, none of this is confirmed, but I had this problem where traders would show up, and before the traders would leave, they'd start tantruming or go berserk. And this was happening to the dwarves and the humans. And the elves once, but mostly the dwarves and the humans. They would show up, they would get slammed into wall on the way into the fortress, and by the time... Oh, hey, Patchwork, how are you? Thanks for the 34th month. Welcome back.
Oh, hey.
Chat, can I get a round of beers and yada yada? You know what to do. Anyway, so they would get slammed into walls, trip, and fall over, and be panicked pretty consistently on the way into the fortress. And eventually I just kind of went, this seems weird. So I went and made memorials for every single non-dwarf that was an intelligent human from another faction that died on this map. And there was a couple of them over the years. Various humans, a couple of elf traders that like got stuck in places and died, and, like a few other people, like various things that died over the years. One that fell off of the walkway because a crow hit them, or I think it was some bird hit them. Anyway, that problem just kind of escalated to a point. And eventually, I did this. I just went and memorialized everything. The problem hasn't happened since. So my theory is that it might be possible that neutral factions to you that come to trade, if people die from those factions, my theory is that ghosts can spawn that don't affect your faction, that you can't see that affect the visitors. That's my theory. Do not know if it's accurate. Do not know if it's a bug. Do not know if it's just some weird artifact of the fact that I've been running this fortress for hundreds of years. I have no idea. But it certainly fucking looked like it. Hell yeah, Crow. I hope it was a smooth journey. I mean, I basically just went off and streamed for the weekend and now I'm back. Have any dwarves died of old age in your fortress? Boy, howdy. I'd say like 90% of the deaths we get are natural causes. I mean... These are all coffins. All the way around the edges. $392. Yep, that is correct. $392. Late spring. I mean, obviously, like, some have died of foul play, but the vast majority, no. Exclamation point Longdeath if you want a full link to the link to the full playlist for this fortress, because it does just kind of keep going. I mean, obviously, like, some dwarves have been expelled, some like, I mean, I dropped one through a couple layers of floor that kind of went splat pretty recently, but yeah, no, I mean, I've been running this fortress since August 2020. We're trying to at least surpass Arch Crystal. But optimally, I would like to surpass Arch Crystal and hit 1,000 years. That is my goal. What's the population? 44 currently. Did he get crushed? I might be thinking of the second stone who fell off the building because they got hit by a bird. Is there a record for the longest played fort? The longest heavily... the longest heavily played fort that I... So there's a screenshot of one who claims to be in like the 600s. But the no, Arch Crystal's not mine. But the guy who made Arch Crystal is sub to this channel though. Arch Crystal retired at 500 years, but was heavily documented up to year 470. Yeah, so Thatos did Arch Crystal. Who I actually met at PAX, oddly enough. Didn't know who he was until he introduced himself. Like, oh, okay, I'm aware of Arch Crystal. It's interesting. Even though you don't understand most of the mechanics, most of the people who play this game don't understand most of the mechanics, so that's fine. You're in the majority of the people who play this game. And then there's also a lot of people who play this game who think they understand most of the mechanics, who don't understand most of the mechanics, who then tell me that I'm playing the game wrong, and I'm like, dude, sorry, but... No, the fortress is 392 years old. The year is 397. Because we started on year 5. So it's subtract 5 from whatever the current year is the age of the fort. I mean, I can pretty safely say that I understand a large portion of Dwarf Fortress's mechanics. But I wouldn't say I understand most of the mechanics. Just a large portion of them. Although I love pointing out to people that there's a moon in Dwarf Fortress. A lot of people don't know about the moon. I mean, how would I know it's a quote unless you put it in a quote? Also, I don't know anything about quantum physics, and I have no idea who that person is. So naturally, that quote would go over my head. I don't know if I have the most experience. In fact, I was just listening to the DF talk this morning while I was making my breakfast, where Tarn talks about the moon in Dwarf Fortress. Well, currently there is no moon because it is, well, what's the name of that moon phase where the moon's invisible? Show the area flow? Oh. What, on this? I mean, I that's not really understanding most of the mechanics. That's just one specific control option that a lot of people don't know about. Because we're silly. And apparently very dense. How's that dwarf who got in trouble because the king got mad feeling? You'll be fine. Keep an eye on you. Speaking of, the king wants 3 more picks. It's not, but it's so important. This is true. It does save a lot of headache. I'm so stoked about that change that Tarn posted about on Bay 12 last night, which is just you'll be able to build walls on constructed floor now, which is like, oh, like that is the quality of life feature that I'm infinitely thankful for. Although, you know what's actually going to happen is, like, big brain experienced players are still going to deconstruct their floors to get the materials back. If they're even remotely valuable materials, it's like everybody's going to be deconstructing their floors before they put walls on them anyway. Your first fortress got attacked by were-zebra. I have a were-creature outbreak happening in my other fortress right now, which I'm not looking forward to cleaning up. I think I have them isolated. They're all sealed off in a tavern, but it's going to be a violent couple of days in that fort, I think. Not long after people turning into were-zebras. Yeah. If were-creatures get out of hand, it is really difficult to fix them. And it requires a lot of very meticulously reading through combat logs, which... that's all I have to say. So. Angel Razor's currently having hard times, I think. The easy way to put it. Currently, the tavern is... what's the word? Locked off from the rest of the fort. Your broker is currently infected. Sounds like it's time to demote them from broker. Promote them to full-time scholar in a private library and just let them ponder things like existence for the rest of their days. This fortress has a vampire in it, but nice thing about the vampire is he's berserk and he's chained up and he lives in this wall right here. He hasn't moved in a very long time. Speaking of like random shit for Dwarf Fortress, so in the same episode as Parn talking about adding the moon to Dwarf Fortress, he was also talking about like were creatures and night creatures, because it was during that period of time when he was adding night creatures to the game. And one of the things that he constantly brings up about it being very important that obviously never made it into the game is vampires were supposed to be able to turn into bats. So it's like a at-will transformation, not dissimilar to were creatures, except instead of were creatures, it's, you know, vampires turning into vermin, bats in this case. I wonder why that never made it into the game. Like, I actually have no idea. Like, I'm genuinely curious about why that never made it into the game. Kind of neat. Speaking of, you guys want to see something fun? Thought that you guys would find that interesting. I'm not going to show the footage on stream, but TLDR, it's a video of a streamer who laundered money in Turkey through Twitch. Getting arrested. Although the first comment on that Reddit thread is pretty A+, which is just rude to not give a shout out for the raid. TLDR, there were people who sent out a whole lot of emails, including to some people that I know relatively recently that were just, hey, we want to make a deal with you. We will cheer, like, it was like $5,000 a month in bits in your chat, but you have to pay us $4,500 of that back. Kind of sus. That's literally like how they approach people, is literally just, we will gift X amount of dollars worth of things in your chat every month in exchange for you to pay us that money back, or a large chunk of it. And it's exactly what you think it is. You'd be losing money because of taxes? I would in Canada. Although that's assuming that I file my taxes and don't, you know, go through a alternate methods of not paying taxes, which is ridiculously easy to do when you make your money on the internet. But I pay taxes because I'm not a bad person and I'm not a criminal. So I'll have you know I'm still recovering from tax season this year, and I'm going to be recovering for a bit probably. Just like last year, I will be recovering from tax season until probably about October. And then I'll make a little bit of profit, and then I'll pay taxes again, and then I'll go back down to where I am now. With slight increases every year, hopefully. But yeah, the last screenshot of one of those I saw, I'm just looking for it. I'm not going to like link the actual screenshot to the email, but yeah, it was just we will cheer $3,000 to $5,000 per month, and you have to pay 85% of that back. It's like but depending on where you live, if you live somewhere with minimal taxes or somewhere where avoiding taxes is very easy, yeah, it becomes a big problem. But yeah, there was a day sometime, it was like midway through 2021. And like there's this Twitter account called Twitch Partner Bans, right? Which just tweets out every single time a Twitch partner gets banned. It just pulls from the API, and whenever a Twitch partner gets banned, it tweets out their name and ats them and all that fun stuff. But there was a day where like 40 really big Turkish streamers all got banned on like the same day. And it was because they were all taking part in this. Or large portion of them were, I'm assuming, or were complicit in this. It was a combination of things. But it's kind of bonkers that that was happening. Makes sense, though. It's really, really easy to do stuff like that. But then again, you could... Any platform that allows you to buy a thing with a credit card and then get cashed out for it allows you to launder money through it. Like, people launder money through EVE Online the exact same way. Oh, also, for anybody here with Game Pass, Umurangi Generation is on Game Pass. Go play it. Way better Cyberpunk game than Cyberpunk. I'm just saying. Which is also weird because my old VOD of my full playthrough of Umurangi Generation from the year it came out, or the year after it came out, is currently doing this. This is like, you know, it's like slowly gotten views over the years. It's just like, whoop! Just like, it's straight line up. I don't know how long it'll keep up, but it's kind of funny. I looked at it, I was like, why is that getting views? And then I did a quick Google search and was like, oh, they released that on Game Pass. That would do it. That explains a lot. One thing you did with an area posted indoors is to stop military dwarves from attacking something prematurely. It's a huge advantage. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. If the door gets taken and a military dwarf will just run over and take it back, meaning you can relock it. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like if you're talking about like keeping were creatures out, yeah, doors are extremely useful for that. But I mean, once they get past that and into the fort itself, it's a little bit trickier, but... So apparently I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to let you guys follow Wogarden around, and we'll be back in a minute. Oh, hey, that's convenient. Game saving. I'm standing up. But yeah, no, the thing that I like about that thread is just how intense that arrest is. It's like, Jesus, it's like they sent the military to arrest a bunch of Twitch streamers. Like, they must have been laundering a lot of money if they're going to send a response like that. I think that this dwarf's guilt is being outweighed by the pleasure of being in the lovely prison cell, so I'm sorry that you got into playing CDDA. That sounds cumbersome and tedious. It's a cool game. It's just, I wish it wasn't a survival crafting game. I don't like survival. I wish I liked survival crafting games. It's one of those genres that by all accounts I should adore, but I just don't. I just don't want to play them. It's the same reason I don't want to play factory games. They're just so much work. They're just so much work. Have I seen Peglin? Not very good. Yes, I've played, and there's a video of Peglin on my YouTube channel. About 7 hours in it. Game's not worth the money, don't buy it. Caves of Cud is a game I like. Caves of Cud is very, very, very good. But yeah, no, Peglin is underbaked and doesn't have much content and isn't great. I mean, it's fine. I mean, what are people saying about it on Steam right now? Yeah, mostly positive. Yeah, that fits. It's fine. I've been meaning to stream some Caves of Cud because they've added new content to it since I last played it. I mean, how much time do I have in Cud? Like 240 hours. The problem that I have with Caves of Cud is when I play Caves of Cud, then I don't want to play anything except for Caves of Cud. And Caves of Cud is hard to explain to people why it's cool. It's one of those games where, like, I can stream it for sure. But the second I start streaming it, it's like, well, hopefully people watch. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They added in an alternate mode, which a lot of roguelikes have, called tourist mode. Games such as NetHack have a tourist mode. So they added a tourist mode. There's nothing wrong with adding a tourist mode to a breathes on you and you die game, as long as it's not the main/recommended mode of play. I mean, most roguelikes that have been around for more than a decade have one of those. Crawl has multiple tourist classes. But like Caves of Cud is like a 30-hour long RPG, right? That will kill you in one hit with a boss that's invisible. So it's there's nothing wrong with them adding save and load. That's like being mad that a roguelike has mouse support. I mean, there's a point where it's just like an accessibility / learning feature. I would have issue if they removed the proper permadeath mode. But just, you know, having a mode that's easier or a more casual mode for people who just want to enjoy the writing, because the writing is what's amazing about CUD. The writing and the world building is what's amazing about CUD. Also got a dwarf that I forgot to assign jobs to. You like spears, bracelets, and giant lorikeets. Always in love, helpless in stressful situations, but you like spears. I mean, the only reasonable way to learn Tome is by playing with their easier / respawning modes. It's the thing about survival crafting games, Brewhogger, is I really enjoy the early game of survival crafting games. But the second I get to the point where it's like, all right, I have to go out and gather more resources so that I can build more of this thing, so that I can build more of this thing, so that I can research to build more of this thing, I just don't want to do it anymore. I don't like Minecraft for that reason. I don't like Space Engineers for that reason. I don't like Ark Survival Evolved for that reason. I don't really like Project Zomboid for that reason. Project Zomboid is the only one that I'll tolerate, and that's just because there are parts of Project Zomboid that I do really like. But I don't really like DayZ for that reason. I don't really like any of those games for that reason. And CDDA just feels like another one of those, and I just don't want to do it. I think it's the other way around. I think it's a very common taste that the majority of people in the world do like, and it's weird to not like it. Yeah, but the second I have to actually play Zomboid, by that I mean the second I actually have to worry about my skills and worry about the survival crafting part, I fucking hate it. I mean, the reason I say that, Brewhogger, is look how many copies, Valheim has sold. It's like 10 million. Yeah, it's normal to like those games and abnormal to not like those games. Yeah, see, I didn't buy it because I wouldn't have enjoyed even like the quick beginning playing portion of it. So, because I know I don't like those games. But I wouldn't say it's an acquired taste. It's like saying that Factorio is an acquired taste. It's like, well, then explain like the fucking 5 million copies that game sold. Same with Satisfactory. It's like, I don't want anything to do with any of those games because I look at them for a few minutes and I'm just like, oh my god, this just looks like so much fucking work. It's like nothing about that looks appealing. And I don't fully understand why anybody would find them appealing. I think that's like the difference, I guess, between me and like your average game player is I can't even begin to understand why that type of game is appealing. I wouldn't say it's meaningless, but not a particularly helpful term for the subject, sure. Like, we're literally talking about the most popular, like, genre of video games in the current year, at least in the indie space. It's up there with games that insist that they're roguelikes but aren't roguelikes. Or, like, the two most popular genres. Humans have arrived. It's time for them to trade with us. They've sent the Royal Treasurer once again to speak with our mayor. At which point I will sell them a whole bunch of clothing. That's cute, Brewhogger. Public opinion would disagree, though, G2G mode. Yeah, old Angel sing matched. All Angel sing matched. But no, Zomboid is like DayZ if it ran in the Sims 1 engine. So, nothing like Terraria. But I don't need progression in my games. So, I don't know how that's even remotely close to much the same argument. I don't like Battle Royale games because I don't like PvP games. There was definitely a point in my life where I'm sure I would have really enjoyed Battle Royale games. If I continued playing the types of games that I did years ago, but as my eyes have gotten worse, it's like, oh, well, I'm just like at a disadvantage against anybody with proper vision. They just kind of stopped being fun long time ago. Long time ago. Also, Steam seems to think that like the most unrelated games are related, Brewhogger, so I wouldn't say that Steam saying that something is related is even remotely accurate ever. Like, for some reason, I just clicked on the most recent release on Steam. For some people people seem to think that Outward, or Steam seems to think that Outward, which is a big open world fantasy RPG, is similar to The Hunter Call of the Wild and Project Zomboid. Yeah, very similar to Hunter Call of the Wild and Project Zomboid. Outward could have been so good. I never played it, so I don't have an opinion on it. But it's just like... I mean, what's another one? Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare. Oh, it's not similar to anything I've played. Well, yeah, that checks out. Let's see. Insurgency Stand... Okay, well, I've played Counter-Strike, so that's not fair. High Fleet. Not similar to anything I've played. Okay. V Rising. Chat, apparently V Rising is similar to Astroneer and Scrap Mechanic. I know even less about V Rising now. Is RimWorld worthwhile? The question is, do you play Dwarf Fortress actively? If yes, it's fine for what it is, but it's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. If you're looking at RimWorld and going, man, I want to play another game that's like Dwarf Fortress, don't play RimWorld because it'll just disappoint you. I don't like Astroneer. It's oddly meandering with not enough... It's not that it doesn't have enough to do. It's the stuff to do I don't enjoy doing. For the same reason I don't like a lot of survival crafting games. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? The usual allotment of bright, shiny metal. Was amazing in its time. I never played it. One day they'll make me a new Peggle. But they won't. Oh, also, for all those people who keep asking me about Peglin, don't play Peglin. Play Round Guard. It's the exact same concept, but better than Peglin in literally every way. Because, like, 2 days ago, I played some more Round Guard and made a video about it for YouTube. And then played some Peglin after I was done playing Round Guard, and it's like... everything about Round Guard is better than Peglin. Music is better, polish is better, there's multiple classes, way more interesting abilities, power-ups are quicker and more tactile. It feels way less RNG driven. There's actually some skill to it. Much better game. Ever since EA bought PopCap, I've just kind of ignored what PopCap has done. Soundtrack, I mean, the aesthetics and the soundtrack of Astroneer are kind of phenomenal. Like, it's such a, like, Astroneer is a really fun, like, 4.5 hours of game until you realize what that game actually is. And then when you realize what that game actually is and you're like, oh, I have to go out and collect all these resources and do, like, go through these minimal progression upgrades to build a crappy looking base to then fly to another planet to do the exact same thing. I'm out. I'm sorry. Like, fuck it, I'm out. It's the exact issue I have with every survival crafting game I've ever played ever. I know somebody who put, like, 4,000 hours into Astroneer, and I don't know how he didn't go insane. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, nobody's really managed to replace PopCap. And I feel like there's definitely a hole in the market for a new PopCap. Although, also, random fun factoid for people who watch way too much of my streams. I don't think Jupiter Hell would exist if it wasn't for PopCap. Because a large portion of the investment that they got to make Jupiter Hell was from the original founder of PopCap. Also, Round Guard, that game that I'm referring to, is this. It's like, if you want a game that's like Peglin, but better in like every single possible way, just fucking play Round Guard. To the point where it's like, I'm kind of tempted to stream some Round Guard. Because like, for some, it's got to just be like proof, or not proof, but like more reinforcement that having a really good name for your video game is very important, because Peglin is a great name and people know exactly what it is when they say Peglin and it sounds funny, whereas what the heck does Round Guard mean? You know, like Round Guard doesn't mean anything. But Peglin, just like, you say the words Peglin out loud and people are like, that Peggle? Say Round Guard and you're like, now he's very round. My favorite part about Round Guard is actually like a large part of the theming of that game, because that game is just like, it's a stage play. Like the whole trapping of Round Guard is that it's a stage performance, which is actually like a really good theme for that kind of game. Like the first level that you play for the tutorial is like, this is your audition. And then when you finish the tutorial, it's like, congratulations, you've gotten the role, and stuff like that. Like it's got a good shtick to it. It's just a super chill little thing. Was that the second to last roguelike celebration? Yeah, I seem to remember they did a talk with it, didn't they? It's like making casual run-based games or something. I mean, it's obviously not a roguelike, but it's a it is a cute little run-based thing. They were pretty much on the ground floor of addictive free games. The thing was, they weren't free though. Like, everybody talks about how, like, PopCap was at the ground floor of addicting free games. Their games were $5. They weren't free. I bought a bunch of games from popcap.com years ago, and they were downloads, and they were $5. Peggle Knights was $5. Big Money was $5. It was the price of a Twitch sub. I guess, like, the only other real example of, like, major company that makes very casual games that doesn't just like min-max the money out of them would be Big Fish Games. But I don't, does Big Fish Games have a parent company anymore? Or yet? Have they been bought? Chat, when I say Big Fish Games, do any of you guys know what I'm talking about? I'm looking them up on Wikipedia. Oh, they do have a parent company. Aristocrat Leisure, which is a gambling company. It's an Australian gambling machine manufacturer. Okay. Yeah, but to buy the games, to not have ads on them, they were $5. Okay, so apparently Big Fish makes casino games. Never mind. Yeah, Big Fish Games was they crank out 50 bajillion hidden object games a year and sell them for like $10 a piece in Walmart. They're that game studio. But apparently they also make like casino games. I don't know, because I think that games that represent gambling like Luck Be a Landlord does shouldn't exist, so couldn't tell you. Yep. Well, I mean, see, here's the thing. I streamed Bejeweled 3 on the front page of Twitch. I love Bejeweled. Bejeweled is fantastic. I also 100%ed Honey Pop, though, so maybe I'm just not to be trusted. Although I didn't read any of the dialogue in that game and skipped through all of it. I just wanted to do the puzzles. True story. I skipped through all of the dialogue in that game. The dialogue was insufferable, but the puzzles were great. Used to hate on MMOs, but somehow you got addicted to Albion Online. I don't like MMOs because I don't like games with people in them. And I don't like games that are just like needlessly repetitive for the sake of being needlessly repetitive. And MMOs are often needlessly repetitive for the sake of being needlessly repetitive. So I just don't like the way their gameplay loops generally are. And they also just don't feel good to play. But I could see why someone would enjoy Albion, because Albion's like more like a team game. Well, it's more of a game about just trolling people, I guess. Also, I don't think I've ever heard of Insane Aquarium. $8,000 times in old school RuneScape for a cosmetic pet is a waste of time. Nothing is a waste of time if you enjoy the process of doing it. So if you enjoy the process of doing it, absolutely not. If you want to kill every single one of the people in your raiding party by the time you're done, and you're extremely angry by the end of it because nobody was like actually doing the shit that they were supposed to do to get the thing in an efficient manner, it's not worth it. And that was my experience. If all you get out of it is raised blood pressure and like sleep deprivation, yeah, it's not worth it. Although I feel the same way about like MMOs as I do about, you know, League of Legends at this point. Or Dota, or any of those, or any ultra competitive game that really requires a lot of time investment. It's like, if I am playing for any reason other than I want to, I shouldn't be playing that game anymore. And that's just kind of a decision that I made a while ago. Around the time I started streaming, to be honest. What's up, noob? But yeah, no, it's if I'm playing a game for any reason other than I want to, it's not worth playing that game anymore. Child is playing with an artifact toy. Fate, Peaceful, The Winds of Law, Diorite Toy Hammer. When was made? I wonder who made that one. Can't actually remember. For putting out very good animations? You mean Riot Games has your respect for putting out very good animations? League of Legends being a game by Riot Games? I mean, it's the only thing that Blizzard has made in the last 2 decades that I've thought were interesting. I enjoyed RuneScape up until they added the Grand Exchange. I really, really, really enjoyed RuneScape, and then the Grand Exchange launched, and all of the fun of RuneScape for me dried up kind of overnight. Because what I enjoyed doing in RuneScape was coordinating rune running with friends, gathering up a bunch of materials, and then wandering to a weird part of the world at the far end of the world, and then spamming B-sale with rare materials that were hard to get at that corner of the world, and walking around with air runes and selling them for too much money. All that shit. Like, I enjoy, and law runes. I really, really, really enjoyed, like, the basically RPing as a fucking traveling salesman in RuneScape, but the literal second that they added in the Grand Exchange, that game died for me. And I know that people are going to be like, but these other MMOs you can play that you can do that right now, and like they don't have any Grand Exchange type things. It's like, yeah, but I don't have that kind of energy for that type of game anymore. I did when I was younger, and I've grown up. It's been a long time since I've like had any interest in playing an MMO like that, and I don't think I ever will have interest in playing an MMO like that again. So before you're just like, these games exist where you could do that now. It's like, sure, probably, yes. I wouldn't doubt it. But that ship sailed for me a long time ago. Like, I could see myself potentially playing on a custom server for a game at some point, but that's about it. Tele B wants a bill-in table in their bedroom? Sure. You didn't really find WoW to be very fun? The last MMO I tried, like the last time I sat down and was like, I want to get into an MMO, was Terra Online, when Terra Online launched, because the combat was fun. And I did. I got into it. I bought a 6-month membership, and me and all my friends bought 6-month memberships to that game because that was originally like a subscription-based game. We enjoyed the beta, which was free. We all got in on the like 6-month subscription. We played for the 6 months. I was a hamster with a broadsword. And then the 6 months rolled up, and we were like, do we want to pay for another 6 months? And we all just kind of unanimously went, no. And then we didn't. And that's the last time I tried an MMO. And the reason like that's noteworthy for me is like that game is shutting down like soon. Like if you want to go play Terra Online, go play Terra Online right now, because it's I wonder if you can even make accounts for it. Like looking at June 30th, 2022 at 10 a.m. All of the servers for Terra Online will go offline. You will not be able to play that game anymore. I know a few people who used to play Guild Wars. I had an interesting conversation about Guild Wars with the developer of the game, the developer of the game Rift Wizard, as he worked on Guild Wars. Guild Wars 2. And he compared the first Guild Wars to Destiny. He's just like, the original Guild Wars has more in common with Destiny than MMOs, and as somebody who's never played Guild Wars really, but had friends who did, and never really understood Guild Wars 1 makes a lot more sense to me now. just knowing that is actually kind of fascinating. You hit 99 in range, so there was no more progression that deeply interests you. Still pop in with a bond to do farming, but it wouldn't be worth paying actual money anymore. What, for RuneScape? Fair enough. I mean, that makes sense. Oh, it's that time of year. It looks like Wikipedia is asking me for money again. Well, I guess I get to be a sucker and give Wikipedia $3. Also, this is a fun thing that some people might be jealous of. I pre-ordered this ages ago, but I just received a notification that my copy of Night Gnomes has been shipped. Oh yeah. Even though they canceled their concert here and delayed it until next year. You have too many games anyway. There's too many games, and like, the longer games exist, the less I'm interested in the whole trend of let's make everything into an interconnected online space. And maybe that's just because I'm old. Maybe, like, you know, the next generation of kids are just going to be all over these online spaces, metaverses, if you will. But for me, it's just, I have so little interest in participating in anything of the sort, like any of those types of games at all. It's just, need to find Tele's bedroom. They want this billion table in their bedroom. Come on. So that's the king's bedroom. I have an alarm set for 12:36 p.m. Oh, I know why, because I was waiting for a phone call yesterday. Got to disable it, which means I just muted it, which means I just forgot to disable it a second time, but bill and table. There you go. Tile set are you using? It's a customized version of Krug Smash's tile set. There's a link to it if you want it. You know, the only metaverse that I actually care about, I will never play, but this is a hard thing to Google search. This is such a... So there's a game coming out called Metaverses. Which apparently is impossible to Google search. But there's a game that's supposedly going to exist at some point called Metaverses, where you can be Batman and punch Rick and Morty. But, you know... Apparently, it's really hard to search for. Yeah, well, also VR chat is a problem that people should stay away from, but that's a different discussion. Yet you just gave them free press. If you want to not support something, the best thing to do is to not discuss it. So if you agree that VR chat is a problem and should be avoided, shouldn't be all like, you can do that in VR chat. Because you're literally giving them free press in my chat, dude. I am So, you know, but whatever. Yeah, I can't even find a link to this game. But anyway, it's everything that Warner owns being put into a Smash Brothers type game, basically. Actually, maybe it was called Multiverses. Hold on. That's it. Not Metaverses. It's Multiverses. There we go. I found it. Yeah. Batman, Scooby-Doo. Fucking all of the IP. Bugs Bunny, you know. Iron Giant. Iconic characters. Superman. Jake from Adventure Time. Just like, although, you know, if they could also put Jake from State Farm in there, be 10% cooler. Tom and Jerry, and you can fight with Batman, I guess. Metaversus, multiversus, but I don't know, same thing. Battle of the Jakes. Multi-Jakeses. If the mayor's happy with their table when they get it. Yeah, but what? Animal. Actually, what platforms is that going to be on? Free to play and cross play, of course, naturally. Oh, it's going to be on PC. You know, I might take part in that open beta because I feel like the only point that that game would actually be fun would be during the open beta. Apparently, open beta's in July. Hey, chat, do we all want to play that? Maybe on Discord on my day off or something when that open beta's open? Because that's the only time that game would be tolerable, is during open beta. Because after that, people are just gonna, 1, figure out the meta, and 2, get good, and then just kill everybody else. Well, you received your table and you are happy, so that is good. Not even Batman can defeat Shaggy. I mean, like, obviously I would main Shaggy. Like, let's be honest. If I was gonna main any character in a game like that, I definitely would main Shaggy. And I would block anybody who mains any Adventure Time characters because they can't be trusted. But the thing that I kind of love about that game that's weird is it's supposedly, like, it's designed to be a 2v2 game, which is like, eh? It's such a strange, like, thing to focus on for any kind of party / fighting game. See how Krabicus is doing. You've been in prison for how long? Still feels guilty. Oh, you've only got another 89 days. You'll be fine. Also, it is literally the closest thing to an Ultimate Showdown video game that we'll ever get. Yeah, no, VR chat is like one of those things that I am stupidly mixed on. Where it's like, on one hand, it is one of the coolest things that exists on the internet right now. And on the other hand, it is one of the biggest examples of blatant disregard for the safety of their player base that I've ever seen. Like, it's up there with Roblox for just like, how much can we just not give a shit about the safety of our player base? Because they're the only people giving Roblox a run for their money. And I don't think that that is something to be applauded. The tech behind it's cool, but what people actually use it for is distressing. Especially like You know how people like to joke about getting addicted to video games? The way people talk about VR chat is the only time where I'm like, okay, that's actually like kind of dangerous. Like hearing people talk about losing a family member to VR chat. By they disregard the safety of their audience? Okay, well, Roblox disregards the safety of their audience by having almost no functioning moderation tools. And thus, on an average day, you'll go to Roblox and you will look at the most popular game. And just to give you an idea, there was a good week last year where the most popular game on Roblox was a cops and robbers game where you literally reenact the France bombings from a couple of years ago. And this was a game made by children, for children. So that's what I mean when I refer to Roblox. And when I talk about VR chat, well, all you need is someone who's a little bit creepy to be like, hey kid, let's go to my private room and cuddle. That's all you need to know. It's a very easy predatory grounds for adults to be extremely creepy. You know how you solve it? Don't sell your game to children. Don't market your game to children, except that it's only going to be an acceptable, safe place for adults to be adults. The second you let kids in with adults in a VR space like that, with little to no moderation, it's never going to be safe. Like, straight up, like, kids should not be allowed on that platform. We're talking about VR chat. You know who just put out a video about VR chat this morning? People Make Games. I've been thinking about VR chat a lot recently because I had a lengthy discussion about 2 months ago with a friend of mine who got very deep into VR chat for a bit. Friend of mine. Person I know through the internet. Who I've never met. You watched it? I haven't yet because I was streaming when they released it, so. What was I making? I was going to queue something up. Right. Let's do crowns. But hey, cutest. But yes, VR chat came up because I noticed that this is coming out soon, and I commented that you can be Batman and punch, I don't know, Shaggy. I mean, there's positives to VR chat. I just think that the negatives outweigh the positives. Just like there's positives to Roblox. I also think that the negatives outweigh the positives. But like, trust me, like it is the closest thing to a functioning metaverse we have. And also, to me, blatant proof as to why the metaverse will never work, and we should not be encouraging big companies to move towards that, because it's a bad fucking idea. But, yeah. Yeah, whereas in VR chat, you just get sexually abused by adults. But, you know, needs some control. The only way for things like VR chat to actually function as intended is for us to be as draconian as China towards how you use video games. And you have to put personal identification into these games in order to use them, and it siphons you off into groups of people your age. Otherwise, it is not safe. It's just like it's not going to work. Unless like there is no children in that world with the adults, it's never going to be a safe space. And even then, like, you need way better moderation tools for kids. Because kids are edgy and kind of stupid. I'm pouring coffee. Give me a sec. That being said, I don't own kids. So, you know, if you own children, it's up to you what you let your kids do, right? Own kids? That's a weird word. Moderation? Yes. But, you know, people need to realize that video games don't ruin your life. VR doesn't ruin your life. People in video games can ruin your life. And people in VR could ruin your life. You know, it's like I'm a 27-year-old who lives alone who will never have kids. But kids should not be allowed in VR chat, just period. And no, it's not just because like you made me watch that full series on VR chat over the weekend, cutest. It's not because of that. Like a lot of the worst things that were discussed in those videos are things that I remember happening. Just because of how heavily plugged into the games subreddit I am. And the PC gaming subreddit. I remember when all of those weird things happened. You keep forgetting the word moderation while you are a moderator. Well, I mean, moderation can be used in different contexts, but yeah, I've seen some weird ass shit on TikTok. I don't like TikTok just because it is like, if TikTok existed just as like a video uploading platform with no strings attached, I would really like TikTok. Like TikTok in what it actually ends up being is a really cool social media platform. The EULA for TikTok is really creepy to the point where I refuse to use it. And it's like, I think everybody needs to pick their battles, and I've picked my battle, and I have no interest in having anything to do with TikTok. I have my name on TikTok, and that's all that I need. I will not use that thing until it gets less creepy, so probably never. It's far too creepy for me. Still, I will also, on the flip side, say that a lot of the TikToks that I see reposted on Twitter and Reddit and other platforms, some of the best content that's out there right now. There's some really good shit on TikTok. No interest in actually using the platform, though. The king is making a rock crown. How fitting. I think at the end of the day, there is no logical situation where you'll ever be able to trust other people. And this is why I don't like MMOs. So does that mean you're going to sleep, Animal? One time you played Minecraft with your dad and it was pretty cool. That's awesome. Yeah, don't get me wrong. There is a lot of things about VR chat that are really, really cool that I think could be really powerful in the future. But those things are completely overshadowed by the issues that that platform has. But regardless, you have a good night's sleep, Animal. Where is that? Somebody got into an argument with Tigazor, and I want to see that. I mean, not only was it asked already, but it was asked like 2 minutes ago, so I still have the thing typed in. There you go. It's a customized version of Krug Smash's tile set. No problem, King. What was that? Human tell the story. It's not human tell story. Whatever. I was just wondering who got into an argument with Tygo. Please tell me that's a real frog tip. Please tell me that's a real frog tip. You have a good night's sleep, animal. Till next time, man. You just made it up. You should go submit that to frog.tips. Because if you go to frog.tips, the wonderful website, where's the... Yeah. You click on the little compose button down here, and then you click OK, and then you send them the frog tip. So you could absolutely submit that. I think you even get an email. But in regards to frog tips, since I'm already on the website, please do not read frog's warranty, as the act of reading the warranty voids the warranty. See section 17G for more information. How to operate your frog. Very important tips. Make sure that you're taking notes, chat. There will be a test on these tips. All of the dwarves are bringing all of the boulders. One of these days, we'll get all this shit cleared out. You know, it's real funny because, like, I feel like I need to be really careful with saying things like that, cutest. You know, because, like, as somebody who's played a lot of video games don't make people violent. Video games are a safe way to get weird thoughts out of your head instead of like actually acting on shit. It's like, well, I listen to angry music because I'm an angry person and it makes me less angry. So thus, listening to angry music doesn't make people angry. It makes angry people less angry and all of that stuff, right? Or like me arguing to death with my dad that no, me playing Doom is not going to make me want to go shoot up a school. Yet at the same time, I'm sitting here going like, man, VR chat's scary. And I'm like, well, going, wait a second. Am I just getting old? Or is VR chat actually scary? And I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. Oh, hi, berries. How is yous? Let's play some more statues. If only we could take gamers out of the equation. I think video games as a whole is the most interesting artistic medium that we currently have access to as a species. Art can be used for absolutely horribly destructive things. You got me on the naming list for Russ's Dwarf Fort? Oh yeah, because he was streaming that the other day, wasn't he? I totally missed the Dwarf Fort section. But thank you. Because I did lurk a little bit in that stream, but by the time I got home, he was done with DF. He was playing SS13. Have you never, like, scrolled down, Brewhogger? Also, no. Because if I were to have a list of macros, it would fill up the chat like 15 times. A lot of them are context, like, relevant, and you don't need to know 99% of them. So, no. The only relevant ones are in the title. Yeah, have you never scrolled down beneath the channel on Twitch? You're asking if there's a way to pin information beneath a Twitch channel, right? This is my channel on Twitch. If you never scrolled down, this is information that's pinned. No, you are Brewhogger. IR stupid is stupid. Just like I am blind, right? And that is I am cool Dan. This isn't the half of them. This is just a new hallway that I'm filling up with statues. This is a lot of statues. No, you're a ghost. I can't say that you're cutest. And this is a maze. Ing. It looks a lot bigger when I'm zoomed in all the way. I thought you were D-Berry. Oh, no! What happened? Nothing. Are you not reading chat? Better a blueberry than a robberry? I don't know what a robberry is. What's up, Ned? I mean, theoretically, anybody could do that whenever I release the save file, which I do every 100 years. Which means I will be releasing the save file in just a handful of years here. As we're currently 392. I was going to say 932. 392 years into this fort, and we will be releasing it again. I will be releasing the save file when we hit year 400, which will be year 405, and we're getting damn close. People will be able to do that if they want. They could also, like, solve the maze and then slay the bunch of Ettins and the Minotaur that are in that maze. A Dune chapter? What chapter are you on? The highest population cap I ever had for this fort was 60. But for long-term forts, you always want to cap the population lower. But we also haven't had a migrant in about 230 years. Math? About 200 and something years. Keep getting where creatures? We should try getting some Y creatures. You're 75% into Dune Messiah. Okay, so you're on the sequel then. When did you start reading Dune? Because I remember you saying the other day that you were on to Dune Messiah, but like... quicker reader than me, I guess. In your fortress, Ned? No. We're currently not at war with anything, so... The last, like, actual, air quotes, siege we had was on, like, year 18, I think. We had one in year 12, I think, and then another one in year 18. You should just go down to the Magma Sea and be a good dwarf and don't use charcoal. You won't have problems. How's the fort going? It's going pretty good. Someone's in prison. It's fine. Currently, I'm just stretching my knees, though. My knees decided to hurt. But I'm trying to finally work through all of these thousands and thousands of lead statues that I made. Turns out, actually constructing them takes a lot of time. You do it consistently? Yeah, fair. That'll do it. Don't worry, you'll have, like, what, 4 years, probably, before the next Dune movie's out. I don't think those are going to come out on a rapid clip or anything. I actually don't know if that thing even has an estimated release date. I'm assuming it'll take a while, just because everything takes a while, especially with movies like that. Ow. But Fort's going pretty good, Jack Narek. How was your weekend? Okay, there we go. As in, like, it aged well? It's almost like when the real world starts to become like fiction. So, I'm trying to think of the words and I can't currently. Yeah. Fiction's based in realities, maybe. Something that I could say. Books you find online nowadays? I can't read books on screens, but I also haven't tried the most recent generation of e-readers, so. Although I did pre-order John Romero's book. Which is this. It's a pretty cheap little hardcover, so. Although that's the Amazon.ca version, so you might want to look that up on Amazon for your local region. But Doom Guy, Life in First Person. It's John Romero's autobiography. Note how he called it Doom Guy, Life in First Person, and not Daikatana. But, you know. That's kind of neat. So you only get a little bit of new content per week, but it's automatic. But it's nice automatic pacing. Oh, that's good. John Romero and George Romero are two different people. I'm like now trying to remind myself who George Romero is. Hold up. Right, yes, director. Night of the Living Dead, Day of the Dead, Land of the Dead. All, like, the of the dead guy, yes. He's got big glasses. I mean, like, just for reference, this is John Romero, you know, the John Romero. Metalhead. The hair's a bit of a giveaway. Was just looking for a good picture. Meanwhile, George Romero, just big glasses. A lot of pictures of him holding severed heads on Google, by the way, because of all the zombies. Also, the autumn has come, which means the humans are here to donate their stuff. Nice hair? Yeah, I aspire to be like that. Didn't comb my hair when I woke up today, so the ends of it are kind of knotted. Yeah, our human visitors are here, as per usual. As is standard for this time of year. Oh, also. Buzzard is fighting with a human bowman. I think a human bowman is fighting with a buzzard. Don't think that buzzard started that fight. But yes. One of my favorite quotes about, or from John Romero is, I didn't have long hair because I wanted to have frilly long hair that looked pretty. Long hair because I like metal, which is very true. Very relatable as somebody who also likes metal. For a second there, I thought I had a petition, and I was like, what? How much longer are you in prison for? 51 days. That poor dwarf. The fact that he hasn't gone insane yet is actually kind of crazy. My metal rotation? I actually haven't been listening to as much metal recently. I've been listening to a lot of like shoegaze and stoner rock. I don't know if I'd consider them metal, but I've been listening to can grab either Bandcamp page. Gonna Google that one? Sure. This is probably the closest thing to metal that I've been listening to recently. Absolutely manically fast band. Stone, let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. But bands that I've been listening to most recently. Oh boy, let's start from the top. Hum, Screwdriver, House of Harm, Gnome, Psychedelic Porn Crumpets. What else have I been listening to? King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Amy and the Sniffers. A lot of punk. A lot of pop punk too. Beach Slang. I've been listening to... Hold on, let me just scroll down let me open up Spotify and just tell you what I've been listening to recently. Any Gaelic punk? I know of some Gaelic punk. Have I been listening to Gaelic punk? No. I've been listening to Blackwater Holy Lights, Somali Yacht Club. I've been listening to fucking Third Eye Blind, apparently. I've been listening to Limp Bizkit. I've been listening to Hum. I've been listening to Holy Fuck. I've been listening to Holy Fawn. 2 different bands. I've been listening to Health. I've been listening to Aphex Twin. I have been listening to Nothing. I've been listening to... Nothing is a band, by the way. Jimmy Eat World, apparently. In Flames. That's metal. Andrew WK. That's kind of metal. Under Oath. That's metal. Gleamer. That's definitely not metal. Somali Yacht Club is a vibe, and I learned literally like 3 days ago they're also from Ukraine. When it's time to party, we will party hard. All right, I gotta do this. Turkey gobbler, look at that, and a horse. Is that album out? I heard the first song. It was fine. I don't think I like the vibe he's going for as much as music is worth living for. I would love to see an Andrew WK and Devin Townsend combo tour. I think that would just be like the Posy Vibes metal show that I would love to see. Like everybody just be like super happy and cheery the whole time. Thank you. Wow, okay, we got a slow one.
Yeah, 34 months already.
36, I think you mean. Literally, it says 36 on a 12-month streak. 30 full months? 36, I think you mean. Jack, can I get a round of beers for 36 months? You misread that 6 as a 0, I think. Three fucking years? Yup. Yup. Athros, good to see you. Thanks for looking. You know, out of like all of the random ass celebrities that I listen to the music of, Andrew WK seems like one of the best people to just sit down and talk with. He seems like a really interesting dude to just shoot the shit with for a few hours. Because for all of like the weird conspiracies and bullshit that surround him, he just seems like the most normal famous person for some reason. I don't know why. Quit one job, new job starts Monday. Good shit. Hopefully it's an upgrade or better situation. Like, as in you're going to go see a hockey game or you're playing hockey? If you're going to go see hockey, can I ask who you're going to see? I have no idea who's playing, so. It's the same reason you enjoy listening to Alice Cooper's radio show? Yeah, Alice Cooper's kind of a similar figure to, well, actually, I don't know. I'm trying to think like who I would compare Andrew WK to from like the classic rock scene. I don't know. I don't know. I think one of my favorite things about Andrew WK is the fact that he plays piano. And also, like, I don't know. I'm just sitting here and trying to think. It's like, who else? Gonna go see Colorado Avalanche. Well, you have fun. I'm trying to think. Last time I saw a hockey game. Last time I saw a hockey game was 2009, I think. I went to a local juniors game. I've never seen any major teams play hockey, so. God is partying? Well, naturally. Of course God is partying. He's partying on our fucking graves. This dwarf is spiritually moved after worshipping Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks. Like as in, I believe in a thing called love. Band? That darkness? Because I know two darknesses. Which darkness? Are you talking about the darkness or darkness? Because darkness is and the other one is, I believe in a thing called love. Not aside from that one song, no. I know that one song, and I've seen that one music video. It's about my opinion of them. I've seen that music video, and I've heard that song. It's an earworm. Gets stuck in your head. Screwed up your knees? Yeah, that would do it. Skating it's real easy to screw up your knees. And someone nailed that song by The Darkness. You're not a fan, but it was so impressive. I don't have anything against The Darkness. It's just not really a... Like, that one song as a gimmick is fun to listen to. I don't want to listen to that. Like, if I'm going to listen to hair metal, I'm going to go listen to hair metal. I'm not going to listen to, like, a modern hair metal pseudo-parody band, which is kind of what The Darkness is. I think they're a parody band. I don't know. Is it fair to compare The Darkness to Steel Panther? Because that's all that I can think about whenever I see The Darkness. And I also don't really like Steel Panther. And I've seen Steel Panther before. Like, I've seen them live. It's like, eh. Metal shows, though. I recently bought a ticket to go see The Different Beast. Yeah, but I kind of put them in the same bucket. I don't know. I'm going to go see Ex Mortis, Testament, and Death Angel in October, apparently, if that actually happens. We'll see, but going to go see that. So looking forward to that. Very much so. I don't have any UI mods because there are none, and I don't. Well, yes, I am using a tile set, which is that, but I'm not using any mods. There are no UI mods. There are mods that let you rather there are mods that control the game in the back from the background, but I don't use them. Gabbro Crown. I could believe that would be cool in real life. Also, there you go. There's no mods, but there are 2 mods in the chat. And technically there's 3 actually, although one of them's lurking. Oh, also, Brewhogger, since you seem to enjoy metal of the silly variety, I've got bullshit for you. Hold up, I'm grabbing a link for a thing. I like exposing people to this band. Specifically, you should listen to the song "Satan Is My Osteopath." You may have heard this before, I don't know, El Naso, but I also would like to say shoutouts to the lowest resolution, like, Bandcamp banner I've ever seen. But, you know. What, Satan's butt cheeks? I mean, it kind of sells itself on the tin. TLDR, the way I found out about that band is a record label that I follow put together a combo CD of indie bands from London, UK, and the surrounding areas, right at the beginning of the pandemic, because nobody was making money, and they did it as a way to like keep some of these bands like able to continue being bands. So right at the beginning of the pandemic, they put together like this 3-disc combo CD of just tons of bands, and just pay what you want for it. And I never bought it, but about a year later, they sold them all off, like after like bands had started to make money again. They sold all these CDs off for like $2. So I bought one because I was ordering some records from them, and I was like, oh, well, I might as well buy this CD because it's $2. And that was one of the songs on one of the discs, and I was very stoned when I was listening to it, and I almost died laughing. It was one of the funniest moments to ever happen to me. But in regards to being new to Dwarf Fortress, if you're new to Dwarf Fortress, just feel free to throw questions into chat, and if I can't answer them, chat can. This is kind of a weird fort because the vast majority of forts do not last as long as this one. We're trying to beat the world record for the longest running Dwarf Fortress fort, which is 500 years. That is heavily documented, but I'm obviously live streaming the whole thing, and all the VODs are archived on my YouTube channel. So this fort is 392 years old, which, for reference, we started this fortress in August 2020. To see Satan's butt cheeks splattered on the screen, I mean, don't ban me from Twitch, please. It's definitely not breaking TOS. Yam? That sounds delicious, Stone. I'll take 2. Roasted, preferably. Maybe in chips format. Pumps are off. Tab instead of Q. What can I not sell? Can't sell crutches or picks or any low boots. Okay. Sell crowns. Oh, well. Hammer Dwarf is fighting, or Marksdorf is fighting with the buzzard. Archcrystal is the longest running, heavily documented fort. There is one where the creator claims to have kept their fort alive for 650 years, but from what I can tell, that one is completely automated, and there's no actual, like, what's the word? Like, video footage. Also, they used, like, fast Dwarf and stuff to speed time up. Erdim says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. But it's the heavily documented thing specifically that I'm referring to. Basically, trying to keep this fort alive for 1,000 years is what we're aiming for, but I will settle with, like, 600. You know? I mean, it's called Longdeath Millennium because I want to hit 1,000 years. But if we don't hit 1,000 years, I'll live. The thing is, like, it's very likely that the premium version will release before I'm done with this fort, so there will be big breaks taken from it, most likely. Read a lot and only chewed through maybe 10% of the Archcrystal thread. Yeah, I mean, at some point, I need to get Sethados into a voice call and do a video on keeping a fort alive for a very long time. I mean, he said that he'd be down to do something like that, but because there's, like, so few people that have kept forts alive for longer than even 100 years. No, but it did have tamed dragons. Archcrystal's way cooler than my fort. Also, Archcrystal did, like, world domination and other things very early on, which is stuff that I'm, like, not super keen to do until further on the beginning. Floppy disks? You mean these things? Fun fact, this is actually the first video game I ever played. That is the copy of the first video game I ever played. The exact copy of the first video game I ever played. I really need to, like, stop joking about doing it and actually do a dramatic reading of Boat Murdered for YouTube. I used the wrong name? What wrong name? Just not near you? This is the benefit of living in a tiny-ass apartment with no space, is everything's close by whether or not you want it. But yeah, what? Oh, well, I mean, the game is Demon Attack, which I'm pretty sure predates your Chicken Attack command. I don't think that you've been giving me money to have a custom sound command since, like, 1980-something, whatever that game came out initially. But yeah, and I mean, Demon Attack was on computers, but it was also, like, on the Atari 2600, so... Something about a giant red dog? Clifford? Oh my god, they made a live-action Clifford movie in 2021? The fuck? What? Something big red dog? This is the only thing that comes to mind when you say big red dog. This old cartoon. Although apparently that exists. That's kind of distressing. You only know it from the game? Huh. Well, I mean, the big red dog is Clifford. That shit was like my... What's the word? My childhood. The old animated cartoon. Not whatever the fuck that 2021 abomination is. Giant puppy. Yes. Do you have any idea how quickly half those people would get eaten? Was a god-awful Pac-Man ripoff where you were an elephant eating peanuts. Then after that, Link to the Past. That's a bit of an improvement. Going from, like, god-awful Pac-Man ripoff to Link to the Past. Like, damn. This isn't Netflix because it's a Roku original, but have you guys seen that Weird Al Yankovic movie? Because I'm just going to say this. Holy fuck, Daniel Radcliffe. That's all I have to say. Holy fuck, dude. Wow. Just wow. Put curly hair on you and you look just like Weird Al. It's almost like the only real unique defining feature that Weird Al has is curly hair. You know, it's funny because, like, Netflix adaptations, awful. Netflix crime documentaries, pretty good. But yeah, they're making a Weird Al, or made a Weird Al Yankovic movie, which I saw a couple ads for the other day, which is why I bring it up. But, like, yeah, it's Daniel Radcliffe as Weird Al. I would watch that, but it's a Roku original, so who the fuck knows if, when or if or ever I'll be able to watch that movie. I used to own a Roku, and then I gave it to my parents. I need to give my parents my Amazon password again. When do I think the Steam version of DF will be released? When it's ready. Probably this fall. Based on the way everything is lining up. But I don't think it'll release with Adventure Mode, so if you're waiting for Adventure Mode, be ready to be sad. / disappointed. No, I prefer Adventure Mode less than Fortress Mode, but Adventure Mode is the connective tissue that makes Dwarf Fortress as big as it is. To give you an idea, like, and what I usually say to people who, I'm just going to assume you've played other games, but if Dwarf Fortress is like RimWorld but a bajillion times more interesting, Adventure Mode is like Kenshi. And it's kind of sad that they'll release with only half the game, but it's fine. I just hope that it doesn't end with people not playing as much Adventure Mode, because Adventure Mode is cool. Cheers. Super Mario Brothers 3 on the NES? Really? Man, you got started late. Yeah, I have this very early memory of watching my dad playing Demon Attack and then trying to play Demon Attack and then just immediately dying. And my dad going, oh, that's enough. Aside from that, it was probably like something on the NES or Super Nintendo. Can't actually remember which one I got my hands on first. As by the time I was like going to friends' houses and playing games, like the N64 and PS2 were out, so it was kind of I can't really remember. got a PC and moved to Doom. I didn't play Doom until like the mid 2000s. Because my parents were very, 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 I mean, this is probably for the best, but very, very careful about game ratings. So like, give you an idea, and I always like to tell people this because I think it's funny. The first M-rated game I was allowed to buy with my own money that my parents permitted into the house with their knowledge was Just Cause 2. Little did they know that I'd, played Halo and a bunch of other games that I definitely snuck into the house. But Just Cause 2 was the first not T-rated game that I was allowed to buy. And that game came out in, what? ...2010. I want to say I was 17 when I bought it. If I'm remembering correctly. I want to say I was around 17. And I remember having like this discussion with my mom going, it's cartoony as hell, less violent than most of the movies I watch, and it was on sale, so it was quite cheap. It was like $10 or something. But yeah, that was the first M-rated game that I was allowed to buy with my own money. Or Sierra PC games? Yeah. I mean, I might have actually played, like, because I remember playing Commander Keen at a friend's house. I might have actually played Commander Keen before anything Nintendo. I can't remember, like, the exact timeline there, but I do remember having a friend that had a computer, and one of the games that they had on that computer was Commander Keen. Also, like, Age of Empires 2 was really early, same with Age of Empires 1. I don't know. It's all kind of like a pile from around the same time, So, I don't know. I don't really have a straight timeline of when I played what, but still an interesting thing to think about. So what was the first game you played? I'm sorry that you have to remember Leisure Suit Larry, though. That's a real pity. I also remember playing, I'll say Tomb Raider 2. A friend of mine's dad had Tomb Raider 2. You had Jazz the Jackrabbit and Cosmo's Cosmic Adventure 2. I got a black and white Mac 2. Not the color Mac, the Mac 2, for free from a friend of the family. And this was like after I'd played games on like at friends' houses on various consoles. But it had a Breakout clone. It had a Tetris clone. It had a tile-based dungeon crawler, which was very much a roguelike. But I didn't have the word for it at the time, although I don't think the term existed at the time. At least not in my verbal memory. But it had a X-based dungeon crawler called Dungeons of Doom. I can find it real quick for you. A few screenshots of it on the internet. Yeah, and there you can also get it like on various abandonware sites, this thing. If you just type in Dungeons of Doom Mac, you get this lovely pixel art. But yeah, I played quite a bit of this back in the day. This game actually had something in it that scared the crap out of me. One of the earliest memories I have of dying in a video game and being kind of mortified by it was I was playing an adventure and I was actually doing pretty well. I've made it down a few more floors than I'd ever made it before. I was was doing quite well, and I was pretty stoked, having a pretty good run, and I found a pie. And it said that you can eat a quarter of the pie. And I ate a quarter of the pie, and it said that I felt stuffed. And then it said that I could eat more of the pie. So I ate more of the pie. And then it said, you can eat the quarter of the pie. And I was like, I'll eat a quarter of the pie. And it said that the down in the bottom right said that I was bloated. Kept walking, picked up another item, and my inventory was full. I'm like, well, I could just eat the rest of this pie. So I ate the rest of the pie, and then I got a gravestone and said that I died because I consumed too much and my stomach exploded. And that was one of my first experiences with scarring death in a video game, because the image that it gives you is kind of graphic. It's like, I don't know, I was like maybe 10 years old. I'm just like, I'm gonna eat this fucking pie, hell yeah, and then splat. Some of the monster sprites in that game are kind of creepy too. It was a fun game. Trying to think of like other early games. Oh, the Magic School Bus point and click games were the shit in like 2005. Those things were my goddamn jam. Those were so much fun. Whole mini games in them were great. One of them was essentially Echo the Dolphin. I mean, hold up.
Cheese for everyone!
For everyone. Well, I mean, that's because Skyrim is a very realistic and well-made and well-thought-out good RPG, right? Trying to think, like, just because this is a fun subject, it's like, what's the first video game that I remember scaring me? Like, because I know a lot of people always talk about, like, oh, this is my first game, but chat, what's the first game that you remember that was scary? Like, what's the first horror game you remember playing? If you ever played a horror game. Because I played Alone in the Dark. And Alone in the Dark now, if you look at it, like the original Alone in the Dark, I played it at my friend Scott and Jeff's house. If you look at the original Alone in the Dark, it is like so silly looking. Like that game is goofy as hell. Doom. Like, let's find some screenshots of Alone in the Dark. Like this is Alone in the Dark. You know, like that weird teeth monster following you. Very scary video game, you know? But like also some of the inspiration for Resident Evil later down the line. I know a lot of people say that Doom was scary, but I feel like most of the people that say that Doom was scary didn't actually play Doom 1. They're actually talking about Doom 3 usually. I don't find horror games scary at all. I'm cool, Dan. Not anymore anyway. When I was littler, I did. But you need 2 crutches. Yeah, I don't find horror games scary in the slightest. Just as an example, like, although I do kind of want to play through Iron Lung, which is a horror game which came out pretty recently from the guy who made Dusk, which is just on itch, but again, I don't know if I agree. I don't know if I agree with that. Like, there's nothing in Doom really that was scary. Just because you have a shotgun. I've played a couple of those. Cutest. And you know how many people watched me? About a third of my normal audience. I mean, the first time you ever played a super loud game was when you had the computer cranked up and fought in Wizardry. I could see like coming around a corner and seeing a weird monster in Wizardry and it being startling. now that you're down on my level, chat, we can really have a heart-to-heart. Yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, games don't need to be a horror game to scare you. But I don't know, video game horror kind of doesn't work on me, I think. Like, I'll get, like, into the atmosphere, but it's just, like, scary thing happens in video game, and I'm like, yep. No, wizardry is funny. Or at least I found wizardry to be. I played Wizardry 7 from an abandonware site, which was definitely not actually an abandonware site and absolutely just like theft, but heart to heart, sure. Doom 95, the pentagram level with no exit used to scare you. Maybe I was maybe 4. Fair enough. The fact that you had to hand your controller to your mom, I love the fact that your mom let you play Doom. Like, oh my god, if I was caught playing Doom as a little kid, man, my parents would have been so pissed. You only seem to get jump scares from VR games? It's not that I'm not into VR. I like the idea of the technology. It's just it makes me want to throw up. I mean, VR is pretty scary. You know what's terrifying? You know what? Okay, so one of my favorite quotes is from a guy who used to frequent this chat, who I still talk to every now and again, who's a really, really, really big Silent Hill fan. Don't worry about it. I prefer reality and would rather live in reality. Thanks, Brewhogger. Yeah, you can live in your fantasy worlds. I think even if I didn't get sick, I think just out of principle, I wouldn't participate in VR, mostly because I don't trust Facebook in the slightest, and I also don't really trust Valve. Anyway, I don't think companies that are actively making VR technology have the consumer's health at the front of their mind. But anyway, I don't agree with that. But anyway, where was I going with this? Am I using DF hacks? No. I had a thing that I was going to fall in by. Give up. But no, I don't use DF hack and I don't use DF therapist. They're not necessary. Extra bloat makes the game more crashy. Doesn't really provide any actual benefit. I had a thing that I was going to say, and I completely lost it. Can't help you. I don't know. Don't use DF hack. I also don't use starter pack or any of the launchers, so can't help you. I mean, you don't have to imagine it. Armok Vision has VR support. Yeah, right, I was. So anyway, this guy who used to frequent the stream, who I still sometimes talk to, loves horror games, right? And considers himself a horror game aficionado. Like, buys every single horror game and plays all of them. If a horror game comes out, odds are, like, very good he's already played it. And probably speedran it. But, like, the last time I saw him, he was actually streaming on his channel to, like, 2 people. And he was playing through, what's the name of that game? Outlast 2? And just laughing hysterically at most of it. And then I asked him, because, like, that game's not scary. It's just a lot of, like, chase sequences and annoying enemies that run after you, right? And some spooky atmosphere and some really fucking disturbing writing. And I asked him, like, what is the scariest game you've ever played? And his response, without missing a beat, without blinking, was Counter-Strike. He says that there's nothing scarier than being fully zoomed in on an op and then suddenly a fucking blue dude fills up your entire screen and shoots you from across the map. And he's like, it's not... Games aren't scary. It's sudden movements that are scary. And you know, I completely agree. The scariest game I've ever played is Counter-Strike. Just the fact, the most times I've been jump scared in a day has been playing Counter-Strike. It's just like staring down, like, or squinting at like a corner, and then it's just like, somebody gonna pop out, somebody gonna pop out, bang, done. Oh, okay. Loud noise is dead. I mean, like, any, like, first-person shooter where you can die in one hit from something that fills up your entire screen would fit that bill. Like, probably Valorant would also fit that. I've never played it, but, like, Counter-Strike Source is, like, the last game like that I played consistently. Like, Half-Life Deathmatch would probably have the same feel. But yeah, no, the scariest game I've ever played is Counter-Strike. Although I would also say that the scariest psychological horror game in the world is probably Roblox, just because of all the children in that game. I never found Dota to be particularly spoopy, but then again, I only ever played it in the beta, so. Like, you come around the corner, there's 5 dudes hiding behind a tree in Dota. I think League of Legends had more of that because it had the bushes. Which do, I guess, like, Dota has the hills. Like, you could be walking along a hill, and then suddenly, like, you pop over the top of the hill, and there's, like, 5 guys right there. The whole enemy team's just like, hello! You're like, oh god, I'm dead. Or, like, you're playing, and then the tiny on your team's like, hey, you know what would be funny is if I picked you up and threw you into the enemy team. And you're like, no. There's also that. When you beat up a chicken a bunch and then suddenly they all swarm you, scared the hell out of you? Really? I mean, I guess. There's some imagery in Legend of Zelda and Majora's Mask that I found creepy when watching my cousin play it. I've never actually played that game myself, though. Although, there's only one game I've ever actually had nightmares about. Actually, no, there's 2. 2 games that I remember having nightmares about. The first game that I remember having nightmares about was Fire Emblem and the Sacred Stones. And when I was trying to do my first, like, I can't remember what the hard difficulty in that game was. I think it was Lunatic. When I first did my first ever Lunatic run of that game, I started getting nightmares about characters dying. Because I was trying to do, like, a keep everybody alive to the end Lunatic run through of that game. And I managed to do it eventually. It took me, like, a year plus. But I did do it eventually, and I remember having nightmares about characters dying. And then I also had nightmares about Age of Empires, except it was related to the cheat codes. Yeah, Majora's Mask isn't scary, but it certainly has some, like, disturbing imagery in it. Kind of like in the same way that Blockbuster had some disturbing imagery in it when I used to go in there as a little kid. You'd walk around, and then you'd walk past the horror aisle, and, like, fucking The Hills Have Eyes, which is just, like, the scariest movie cover thing ever for a movie, and you're just like, bah! Honestly, the scariest part of that entire film, The Hills Have Eyes, is the cover for that fucking movie. Like, I have just some... So I'll read what you said in a second, Orange. I have some, like, film covers burned into my memory because they were just at eye level when I was a little kid walking into Blockbuster. But whenever I think I want kids, I boot up Roblox and get reminded why you don't want kids. I guess I could see that, yeah. You could also boot up Fortnite. If only to have the words to describe it to people? Roblox is a game where you can make games and get paid within the game to work on other people's games like a company town. Although, honestly, whenever I, like, lose the words to describe Roblox to people, I just show them People Make Games as part 1 video about Roblox. Because that actually does a really good job explaining what the fuck Roblox is. Or what the fuck a Roblox is. One of my favorite things about Roblox is that it is older than Minecraft. Roblox hurts your brain? The poor UI design in most of the games hurts my brain. But that's just because poor UI design. It's just because poor UI design more than anything. Terminator movie at Disney? I could see that. I remember my little sister crying at Honey, I Shrunk the Audience at Disney. Trying to think. First movie that scared me is like an unfair question for me because I remember uncontrollably crying at Dumbo when I was a very small child, and also being scared absolutely shitless of Captain Hook when I was a very small child. So like, what was the first movie that scared me is like an unfair question for me because I don't know, I was like weirdly scared of a lot of. Honey, I Traumatized the Audience? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, absolutely. The thing that concerned me about Honey, I Traumatized the Audience is, well, none of the 3D didn't work for me. It just kind of gave me a headache. But when there's like rats everywhere and then they like have the tails hit you in the back of the legs, that was unpleasant. That was just a very unpleasant 4D experience. Like, no, I don't want to be sprayed with water when there's water in the movie. That strange liquids coming from somewhere and I don't know exactly what they are and it doesn't quite smell like water is not pleasant. The liquid metal Terminator jumping straight out of the screen to face you, terrifying. The whole thing was absolutely more real than anything you'd faced before. I believe it. Yeah, absolutely. I believe it. What's Disney on Ice? Never heard of this. Oh, I know what movie scared the absolute piss out of me when I was little that I probably saw too young. I know what movie. I See Dead People. Sixth Sense. I saw that movie way too young. Because the lion looks so angry. I saw that movie in theaters. And the funny thing for me about Narnia was that everybody hailed it as this amazing movie at the time. I remember my family having a similar response to Narnia as they did to Avatar, where like my entire extended family loves the Narnia movies. And I'm just like, I don't get it. And I still feel that way. And I enjoyed the Narnia books quite a bit when I was younger. Trying to think. Oh, you know what movie scared me? Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. Can't remember what year we watched it, but I remember we watched all three of those movies in like a week with the whole family. All on DVD, I think. So whenever DVDs were a thing. But we got it for Christmas one year, and we sat down, we watched all three of them in 3 days. I didn't sleep for like a week because I had a pretty active imagination when I was younger. Everywhere I looked in my bedroom at night in the dark, I could see, like, you know that scene in the Fellowship of the Ring where the why am I blanking on the name of the fucking ring wraiths, the clear people that you can poke who get stabbed in the face because I am no man. Whatever the fuck those dudes are called. Anyway, that scene was just crawling up towards them, sniffing. That scene scarred me for a solid like 6 months. I had many nightmares, many nightmares, and very difficult to sleep for a while. As in like Orphan Annie? Nazgul, all those things. Yeah, that's what they're called. I always refer to them as ring wraiths, but it's like the ghost dudes that go after the rings. It's been a while since I've thought about Lord of the Rings, if you can't tell. But, yeah. We're terrified as a small kid of Alien. See, that one makes sense, though. That one makes sense. That movie is supposed to terrify you. The ghost dudes, yes. Well, I mean, you know what I'm talking about. Come on. The dudes in the cloaks that seek the ring and ride the spook horse. Those dudes. But yeah, Alien's supposed to terrify you. You know what's funny? Because to this day, my dad insists that Alien is the most vile, disgusting, violent, evil movie ever made. I'm like, Dad, I should never tell you about this little film called Antichrist. Anyway, Darren, what's up? It's good to see you. Hello. Spook horse? Yeah, it's the spook dudes that ride the spook horse that do the spooking thing. It's those dudes. The spooky guys. You knows what I'm saying. But yeah, Alien makes sense as something to be afraid of. We're into winter now, by the way. It always makes you laugh is the Aragon movie because they shot themselves in the foot when they killed off the main character of the second book. You know, I read the first half of the first book of Aragon and then watched the movie, didn't like the book and didn't like the movie. Can I just say that that is one of the most time and place things, just period, in my memory? Because, like, you know, Twilight still kind of exists, right? Like, you say Twilight out loud. People still know what you're talking about. Lord of the Rings, obviously still relevant. Harry Potter, as much as J.K. Rowling is a fucking problem, still has, like, a huge fan base, and they still put out movies, and, like, it's still, like, an active, functioning franchise. Anybody remember Aragon? Like, let's be honest. No? Yeah, okay. Also, don't worry. If you thought about Aragon and you're like, oh no, not spoilers for that fantasy series, well, just don't worry. It follows the exact fucking plot line of Star Wars. What's it called? The Old Republic. It's literally the exact same plot line as the forming of the Old Republic in Star Wars. So if you were like me around the time Aragon was popular and were a young boy who was abso-fucking-lutely obsessed with everything related to Star Wars because I was a kid and Star Wars is for children and I loved it when I was a kid. Like, I owned multiple schematics books and big history books and a whole bunch of various different video games and all this kind of expanded universe stuff and sat on Wikipedias as soon as I found out Wikipedia existed, and me and my friends would talk about different ships and types of ships and played all of them, and then you're just like, Aragon? It's exactly the same storyline except like fantasy with Durgans. Although, like, what if we just had dragons in Star Wars? Whoa! Whoa! Sorry, but this... I just was informed about something on Twitch, which is rad. Check this out. Artist badge. Artist badge. The artist badge allows creators to give artists in their community the recognition they deserve. This feature introduces the ability for creators to assign channel-specific badges to artists. That is fucking rad, actually. I mean, I've been asking for, like, a game developer badge for forever. That would link to your badge. That is fucking cool. Neat. Okay, cool. Where's Cooler? I need to I need to give him an artist's badge. Need to do more of the art thing? I can actually, like, advertise art, or not art, merchandise on my YouTube channel now because I've hit 10,000 subscribers. Problem is I have no merchandise I want to advertise. The emoji guy can now get extra credit. Yeah. Does kind of suck though that I I really need Russia to stop going full fucking Leroy Jenkins on the rest of the planets so that I can pay my artist again. Thanks. You would enjoy Dragon Riders of Pern movies? Yeah. Oh yeah, Stone, you could get an artist's badge. Theoretically. I could give you an artist's badge. Although I didn't read far enough into the article to actually see how to assign them. But there's a link to the thing. How do I assign them? Creators can add and manage badge assignment to artists and the role manager. Although technically that means I have to give some to Hobo too because he made some of the meme emotes. Huh. Well, I'll see if I can figure out how to give those to Cooler. Oh, interesting. I have 5 artist badges on my permitted on my channel, which is interesting. Well, I've now given Cooler an artist badge. Let's see how I say what emotes he did. Need to go figure that out, but which uses the role manager's artist attribution and existing emotes. To do this manually for every emote? What? That's shenanigans. Every emote, I need to look up Cooler's name and attribute it to him. I think he has to confirm it. Which means every artist on Twitch right now is getting a shit ton of spam. Or anybody who's ever, like, done a bunch of emotes for people. Literally just like, this is this process. What? That's Cooker. And then it pops us up as pending. I've got so many more to do. It's kind of neat though. He didn't do any of the skulls, though. Just the dwarves and the cups. I actually don't know the Twitch username of the artist who did the skulls back in the day. Not sure what his username is currently. Could probably look it up pretty quickly, though. I'm really curious to see how it pops up, though. I guess I should probably give Pi an artist badge, but problem is there's too many artists. Give everybody artist's badge. Almost done with these shenanigans. What's up, Trizoika? Probably butchered that, but I am accrediting my emotes to an artist. It's literally what I'm doing right now. I'm going through every single one of my emotes right now. Kinda accurate? Is that like a rare occurrence that people get your name accurately? All right, well, sorry, Cooler, when you wake up, you're gonna have 1,000 emails. All right, now I can go back to like paying attention to dwarfs. And hopefully all the dwarves are behaving. Well, it's either true Zoica or like true Zoica. Those would be my two assumptions. Because it's spelled sorta similarly to a game called Mesozoica that I follow sometimes. Or that I followed at one point because I backed it on Kickstarter and then it came out and it, I need to go look up Mesozoica. If it's even out still. Yeah, don't think it's on Steam anymore. It was a dino theme park game. It had overwhelmingly negative reviews last time I looked. But, you know, people mispronounce my name all the time, and I think it's pretty self-explanatory, so. How can you make steel-clad dwarves not get tired so quickly? They need to train their muscles. So if they're like steel-clad, steel heavy, so they need strong. Dwarf need to be strong in order to like not find steel super heavy, right? So if they're military dwarves, you got to get that military training. Because if that military ain't training, then they're not used to running around in their armor, and it's going to take them 10,000 years to walk across the map. Yep, the heavier your armor, the slower the dwarf move. But yeah, you gotta tell them to train. If you don't know how to make your army train, I can show you. Probably gonna do that in a minute. Make my army go train for a bit. Kangaroo Buck is fighting with... Kangaroo Buck, I think, fell out of a tree. Trizuka. Okay, I getcha. Gotcha. Okay, but now that you're older, you think that Oika sounds cool? I mean, it's like Eureka, which is one of the best words in the English language. Like, if someone just turns around and says, Blind, what's your favorite word? My knee-jerk response is just eureka. And I don't even know why, but that's probably my favorite word in the English language is eureka. It's like an exclamation of joy and also a really good level in SSX Tricky. So, you know, it's pretty good. Eureka! I think it's also a boat in... I might be wrong. I think it's also a boat in Hydro Thunder. Could be wrong on that one. Learned how to schedule military training yesterday. I mean, you don't need to schedule it. Literally just set up a weapon rack or an armor stand as a barracks. Select the squad that you want to train with your plus minus on the numpad. Hit T to make them train, and then activate them. Excuse me. So S and then hit T. S, A, and then T. So they're actively training. If you don't do that, then... Wait, you don't need to put them on a schedule. Just make them train until they're all legendary and then let them go. Did he? I seem to remember learning it in Tintin. Was, I think, my first time encountering the word Eureka! But it's also a level in SSX Tricky, so... No. It's just one of those good words that's satisfying to say. It's kind of like almost like saying a curse word without actually saying a curse word, you know? So quickly soldiers become legendary? Dwarf Fortress is an imbalanced, easy to min-max sandbox, so yeah. Welcome back, Llama. A bless word? It's like a priest giving a blessing. I bless you with the sounds of Eureka. I knew a person named Eureka once. Years ago. It was 3 siblings in one family. It was Eureka, Skylar, and Tyler. Which is... No, she was like 6. Like this was like in music school when I was really little. Maybe she's one now. I don't know. I haven't checked in a while. By that I mean ever. Ironically, I've known a number of girls over the years that have very like strippers and or hooker sounding names that weren't either of those. Like I had a manager for years named Brandy. I also had, although actually one of the worst managers I ever had at any job ever was a manager that I had the first year I worked at McDonald's. Her name was Phoenix. Her middle name was Candy. I'm not going to say what her last name was, but she was literally named Phoenix Candy. And she was possibly the most psychotic redhead I've ever encountered in my entire life, covered in freckles. But she got fired about, 2 months after I got hired for snorting cocaine in the fridge. Yeah, so she was a interesting person. She may have been a hooker. I don't know. Never really pursued it, but. I knew a Brandy with a Y. I never... Brandy's... I never knew a Brandy with an I. Between ground up meat and the stale apples? And the snail apples? No, that was the upstairs freezer, not the downstairs freezer. The downstairs freezer had the meat in it. The upstairs freezer was all produce. Well, fridge, not freezer. Technically it's a freezer, but it wasn't cold enough to be a freezer. So it was the fridge, not the freezer. My bad. But yeah, so just like lots of, what's the word I'm looking for here? Veggies. It's called Meta. Is that short for something? And I'm so fucking sorry. It's just that's almost as bad as like being named Alexa. It's like you're either a car or an annoying computer, one of the two, and you can't get away from that. You knew a girl named Tesla? Oh my god. That's rough. I knew somebody who's who had a nickname that was very stripper-ish. But... Hi, Hobo. Did you see this? This shit's red. Yeet. But hi, what's up? How's things? How's day? My thing good. Actually, I can tell Hobo the story of the magically appearing oats because I think that this is kind of amazing. So, Hobo, I on Friday, I posted the pictures on Saturday, but Friday, I went to Moody Row because I was bored and wanted to do something. So I went to Moody Row, right? Went to Moody Ales, which is the one on the farthest end of Moody Row. And I had 2 flights and 2 half pints, right? So like 3.5 beers, right? Leave Moody Row. Walk across the street. Walk all the way to the bench. Walk around the bench. Walk up and over the causeway, over the train tracks, and then my memory cuts out. And I have no memory for the rest of the evening. Wasn't hungover the next day when I woke up at all. No side effects, so I can't have been drugged. But I lost all my memory on the way home. I know how I know that I made it home, and I took the train directly home because I can check via my bus pass. Which I have an account with online, and I can look where my bus pass has been. So I know the times that I tapped on every single one of the transfers to get home, and I know that I made it home without issue. And I know that I was home by 11-ish, 1:45, which is pretty early because I paid my bill at 9:45, and wandered a little bit, wandered home. But the weird bit, right? The next morning when I woke up, there was a 2.5 kilogram bag of Quaker's Quick Oats on my counter. Don't have a receipt. There's no charge on any of my cards, and I didn't have cash. So somehow in that blank of lost memory, I acquired a 2.5 kilogram bag of Quaker's Quick Oats with absolutely zero recollection of how I acquired it. So somewhere, somehow, I maybe stole a bag of Quaker Quick Oats. Am I planning to eat them? I ate them for breakfast this morning. Like it was a sealed container. Generally, I would think that most oats came from a plant, which would come from the ground. I don't know. I black out sometimes after drinking. Made it home just fine. No idea where those oats came from. But yeah, no, I ate them for breakfast. Like, I have like a month's supply of oatmeal now, which is kind of rad, but yeah, it was sealed. There was like no damage to the packaging, nothing. Like, it's a brand new, like, unopened bag of Quaker's Quick Oats. Could they have been like sitting out in the corridor? I mean, I don't have an Amazon reoccurring order or anything. Somehow I went on autopilot and managed to acquire oats on the way home. But things don't really get left in the hallways in my building, so I doubt it. Also, if it was like a delivery package, there would have been packaging, and there wasn't packaging. It was just the bag, meaning it... I possibly... Someone is monitoring a CCTV and laughing their ass off? God, I hope so. Nothing in the garbage? Nope. Checked all those places. So like if it was from Amazon or something, or like one of the delivery services, it would have come in a box, and thus there would have been a box in my apartment. I like legit have no idea. Hey, at least I didn't kill somebody. Because like, you know, often you hear these stories about somebody who's just like, yeah, I blacked out, lost a day of memory, and when I came to, there was blood everywhere. At least it wasn't like that. It's just, I acquired like a $9 bag of oats somehow. Well, see, blood on my hands actually wouldn't be too unusual. And I do sometimes wake up with like blood on my face, but that's just because diabetes. So I know, but like, see, here's the thing. I still have all of my ID, all my debit and credit cards, my keys, my headphones, everything. Like everything made it home just fine and was left in the exact spots that I leave things when I come home. Everything was in its proper place. Everything was completely normal. My jacket didn't make it onto the coat hanger. That fell, or it fell off the coat hanger, but that's fine. But there was this fucking bag of Quick Oats on my counter. So, and like, the grocery store between the train station and my house is closed by the time that I would have walked past it. So I couldn't have gone and bought it there. And like I said, there was no charges on any of my credit cards, and I had no cash. So somehow between that row of breweries and my apartment, I stole a bag of oats. I have no idea how. No. At 11 o'clock at night? Nobody has keys to my building or my apartment except for me. Like, my mom doesn't even have keys to my apartment. Trust me, if somebody knocks on my door and asks for these oats back, I will give them the money for the oats to go buy a new bag of oats. I will drop ship them a bag of oats. So this happened on Friday night, right? As of Monday, which was the last time I checked, no charges had showed up on either of my bank accounts, on either of my debit cards, and on either of my credit cards. I've checked. No charges have shown up anywhere. I mean, they have definitely been volunteered to like go directly into my belly. I will absolutely eat all of those oats. No questions asked. But trust me, if somebody like inquires about these oats, I will pay them for the oats. I kind of feel bad. It's just a 2.5. It's just a 2.5 kilogram like bulk bag of Quaker Quick Oats. That's all it is. And it's the brand I normally buy. It's usually either Dandy Pack or Quaker Quick Oats, whichever one is cheaper. I don't really listen to Polyphia, so no, I haven't. They're one of those, my ex really liked that band bands. Yeah, I mean, that's also a possibility. I don't know, like, I've acquired weird things on the train before. Like, you know, so I'll put it this way. If I checked my phone and there was a charge for the dispensary that's on that street, all of this would have made sense. But the fact that I had no cannabis in my system and it was just beer, that's what confuses me. Oh, probably, but I will pass. Thank you for the offer, though. Pink. But you are welcome to plunk it into music talk, obviously. We all have musicians and bands and artists that we don't like for stupid, arbitrary reasons. It's just like my friend Kevin refuses to listen to anything by Muse because his ex really likes Muse. What band? Orange? I need to wait a couple of days, but I need to scrounge up the money to buy a ticket to go to this thing. Because it's Kevin's birthday weekend. Dreadnoughts? Ah, right, yes, the only band that you ever talk about. But hell yeah, man. Go to that concert. Enjoy it. Yeah, but once my brain makes that association, it's really difficult for me to unassociate it. That is too late at night. Fuck that noise. Concerts should end by 1 in the morning. A set starts at midnight. That sucks. I've been to shows that late before, and it's always a bleh next day. September 3rd, and then it... Oh, I see. I makes sense. Well, hell yeah. Hopefully those... Wonder if Ghost is going to come to Vancouver again. Because I would actually like to see Ghost again. You have next week off? Yeah, fair. I don't know. I've been up that late for sets before, and I've regretted it every single time. So I don't think I would go to a concert that starts at midnight. No way in hell. But you know, you do you. Shoutouts to whoever's running the KitFox Twitter account today. You'll be in BC in early July? Call me, we can go get a beer. Well, yeah, whoever's running the KitFox account. I want to play as Eurus and Smash. Let's go. Looking for your USA is going to shit backup plan? Well, you basically have to marry a Canadian to move to Canada these days. As my older sister and her husband learned. Canada has made it very difficult to actually move into Canada. Yeah, because every single band that was supposed to go to Vancouver canceled. Because I remember they were supposed to be here, and I was like, I should buy a ticket to that. And then I looked at prices, and I was like, that's a bit expensive. And then, the next day, it was like, that set's canceled. And I was like, oh. At least I swear that was a thing. You're single and willing to take bribes? What, for people to move for people who want to move to Canada? Chat, Orange is single and willing to accept American immigrants as potential partners. This is just like the time that I was sitting at a Discord call with a bunch of people, and was complaining because one of the other people in that call is diabetic, and me and them were just complaining about medical costs, and he's just like, well, I live in like the Bay Area of San Francisco, and my medical costs are way worse than you. I'm like, well, you have to move to Canada to have cheaper meds, and he's just like, you want to get married? Not really. I don't know. Maybe Orange is opening up the options for outside of like American potential Canadian immigrants, but although it's one of those, like, I think you actually have to like be married for a while. Like, you have to live together. So it's not like you could just like get married for money and then just like get divorced 2 days later. No Vegas marriages, unfortunately. It has to be like a proven long-term thing. Just gonna fill this all in with Kimberlite. But yeah, Hobo, the reason I'm talking about it is because the last time I saw Kevin and his friends, they were all like, yeah, we want to go see Ghost. They were supposed to come here, and then they canceled. It's still like fresh-ish at the front of my brain. It's a lot harder than that. The problem is convincing the government to like give you citizenship. Getting a visa is hard already. It's not easy to immigrate to Canada. And it's only gotten harder since 2016 for take a wild guess reasons. Unless you're a Ukrainian refugee, and it's actually not that difficult. What would Ghost have been playing? Music? I don't know how to respond to that question. Apparently there is a marriage brokerage service for Canada. Doesn't surprise me. Maybe don't do that, El Neso. I wouldn't recommend that currently. Although hotel prices are pretty cheap. Or at least they were 2 months ago when I looked. Well, I mean, a safe answer, Hobo, is they're probably not playing Counter-Strike. Just curious about something. Wonder how long that the artist accreditation stuff takes to work. Jess, thanks for the raid. Cheers. How was the mastering of the taverns? I had the lurk tab up. Springtime, heads up, Stone. J-Sog, what's up? Spafar, hello. Jess, hi. Codahedron, hello. Alistair, hello. Lemon Duck, hi. What is up, everybody? This is like Tavern Master, but with a lot of dwarves and a lot bigger. We're playing dwarfs, and the game's currently saving. You know, honestly, I know that, well, actually, my loud, annoying neighbors. So I have loud, annoying neighbors above me, right? Last night, I don't know what in the world they were watching, but it was some sort of slasher flick with a lot of screaming and stabbing sounds. Right, Cody Hunt, my brain, like, flips letters around. Don't mind me. Sorry, Cody. But, like, they were watching some sort of really slashery movie. And I had my window open because it's nice and warm outside. And by that I mean slightly above freezing. And I'm just hearing like screams, stabbing sounds, dying sounds. It's like they were watching every Friday the 13th movie back to back. And it went on starting at about, I don't know, 9 o'clock at night until about, I don't know, sometime after I fell asleep at about 4 o'clock in the morning. Combined with like this hysterical laughter. So I'm just like hearing this like various dying sounds and horror movie sounds and then just hysterical laughter coming from up there. I'm just like, so that's what's up. Real annoying neighbors. I understand that. You go nurse that headache. Headaches suck. It's the worst. What if it wasn't a movie? Then somebody just died like 250 times above me. Which is highly unlikely, considering I can still hear them walking around. And the police weren't called. Also, I could hear the music and like the da-da-da. Imagine like some like serial killer, but like in order for them to actually do the kills and whatnot, they have to have their own personal soundtrack. You know what I mean? Like imagine that. just imagining like some super famous serial killer. It's just like, yeah, and wherever he would go, he would take a Bluetooth speaker with him and play the fucking Halloween theme. I want to watch Halloween. There's your tribute, Stone. But yeah, today we're going to be playing probably, I don't know, another hour or two of Dwarf Fort. And then after that, we're going to be continuing a playthrough of Citizen Sleeper, which is essentially I sit back and dramatically read a book while you watch if you want. That game's very good, though. I recommend. Let me know when you got it, Stone. 1 pink garnet, 1 apple wood crutch, which will make the king happy. 25 copper bolts. Spring of 398. Good lord. Chat, what happens when I hit year 420? Just asking for science. What do we have to do for year 420? Also, I don't know if this is real, but burn plants with lava? What? What about burning plants with lava? You're imagining a serial killer calls a news agency during the evening news to complain that they're it's too sloppy to be their kill. I mean, that's not too. That's reminding me of the that serial killer that called into what or not serial killer, that guy who claimed that he killed a bunch of like sex workers. What was his name? Why am I blanking on the name of this guy? Because I get compared to him sometimes because people say that I look like him. The fucking shock jockey. What's his goddamn name? I know this man's name. And the guy didn't realize he was on air until he'd been on air for like 10 minutes. Why am I blanking on this dude's name? Hold up. Google searching. Howard Stern. Yeah, that was it. Thank you. Let's see if I can find that video. Yeah, this is a terrible website, but the thing that I was thinking of. Like I said, it's a terrible website. There's a Wikipedia article about it too, but it's less specific, so. Hey, the badge worked. That's actually interesting that it's after the, it's like where the, what's it called? It's where the, like, Prime badge goes. I was kind of curious as to where it was going to pop up, whether or not it would be before or after the sub badge, but. For 420, blow a mostly useless industry way out of proportion so you can say that you have too many clay figurines or storks or something. I mean, see all that red stone there? That's all clay that has been donated to me by the humans over the years that I never do anything with. And then once every X years, I get annoyed with how much clay is sitting there. So I then just make a bunch of clay statues or pots or something. Also, shoutouts to Space Pirate, who's been watching through all of Longdeath and leaving comments with timestamps every episode or so saying, this is the name of the person that you're thinking of that you can think of. Like I got one added at me like not too long ago, which is just like Jason Statham. And I was like, what? And then I clicked on like the VOD. It was like VOD 60 something for Longdeath. And it's just me sitting there like going, I can't remember who is this the guy in the movie with the where he gets electrocuted, and I couldn't remember the name of Jason Statham for some stupid reason. Eventually, like, I got it. Chat realized who I was talking about. They're like, Jason Statham, and he just, so I'm like getting reminded like months later, like years later in some cases, like, right, yes, I didn't remember Jason Statham's name once. Great. Crank, yes. Jason Statham. Time to do some glazing? Potentially. But what do you think of the artist badge, Cooler? I just kind of figured you'd be okay with me giving you an artist badge for this channel. You know what's funny? I only have 5 of those to give out. So those are officially the rarest badge. As I only have 5 that I can hand out. I can't make everybody in my chat an artist, unfortunately. So when most of you chat don't create art. Also, the elves are here to trade once again. You wonder if it replaces the bit badge? Probably. I don't think... Cooler might have a bit badge on this channel. Yeah, he's got the single 1-bit badge. Competition. Well, I mean, you've done more art for this channel than anybody, so. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it would if yeah, so I guess, like, you could opt to not show it, theoretically. The thing that I'm, like, curious to see is I've also given you the credit for all of the emotes that you've drawn for me, but it says that they're all pending, I think. Let me just double check. Oh, nope, you approved them all. Okay, hold on. Maybe I need to refresh chat to see what that looks like. Oh, there it is. Okay, that's kind of neat. I mean, look at this. Artist. So now Cooler can literally go around and self-promote everywhere with that. Make a giant pipe. You know, not to, like, say I already did that, but, like, what exactly is this huge tube of lava? You're going to go to bed? Well, I mean, we just finished spring, so next one would be fall. Well, yeah, it would be a while before next thingy needs to be done, so good time to go to bed, I would say. You have a good night, dude. It's a lava bong. Naturally. But you sleep well, Stone. Which means also, if Hobo wanted, theoretically I could give Hobo a badge for the old, I guess, blind metal and blind quack emotes. Because that was a Hobo original pixel art, I think. But I feel like Hobo probably values the bit badge more. Probably. Let's go down to here. Why not lava? That was Sims112 who made Crypt Budget, or Blind Budget. Yeah, I should make that a follower emote. You know what we should do, chat? We should do like an artathon where you guys just make crappy versions of my emotes, and I will make them follower badges, because I need follower badges. Or follower emotes, rather. So somebody make a shitty Dwarf emote. I will not pay you. Your reward will be, if you follow me, you can use it in my chat. That's really what we should do. Crypt upset mug? Oh, what was that emote? I can't even remember. Oh, mad mug. There you go. That one? I mean, there's also this thing. Also, these two fucking things, like, although these are both, like, that was an evil trick emote, that's an FGS emote, an FG's emote. You know. You want to see a budget version of that? Hey, Space Pirate. Thanks for informing me who Jason Statham was, by the way. We're just talking about that. I want to see a budget version of Crypt Blank. Chat, if you guys redraw Crypt Blank in MS Paint and make it look awful, maybe I'll make it a follower emote. I need to use the restroom. I'll be back in a sec. Bonus points for crayons? What, if it's crayons and then scanned in? Best you can do is give a gas receipt. Oh, I just like draw the emote on the back of a gas receipt and then just like take a photo of it with your phone and get someone else to Photoshop it. What are the dimensions? That's a good question. What are the dimensions of a Twitch emote? I haven't thought about this in a while. Suddenly this is becoming like a heated competition and I like this. Yeah, 112 by 112. For the follower emotes, we can do the auto resizing. Yeah, because Twitch does auto resizing now, so it'll just scale them down within Twitch itself cooler, so you don't actually need to do the 3 sizes anymore. But they look better if you do the 3 sizes. You just need the 112 by 112. The other ones are kind of, I guess, optional now because of that. Yeah, because they look a lot better. But, you know, for budget versions of emotes, eh. You know, eh. How's Longdeath? Still long, not dead yet. I don't know if that's like the most like on the nose way to put it or not. Fine. Longdeath is good. No complaints about Longdeath. How's Space Pirate? Kind of debating on what order to do other things today. Because I know that I want to play... I know that I would like to play more Citizen Sleeper today. But I also kind of want to play Round Guard, of all things. And like, I made that YouTube video of that game. Played a couple of hours before I recorded that, and then recorded it, and then proceeded to play another couple of hours. Now I'm like, I want to just play more Round Guard. It's funny because it's like, I played Peglin, right? And Peglin was like just this test of my patience by the end of it. And Round Guard is just like, yo, hey, it's like everything that Peglin has, but like more content and better. And everything about it feels better. Just got off work, you're chilling out? Gotcha, gotcha. That's a lot of miasma. It's because they always spill all their food. Really silly. Well, I guess we must have made 1,000 crowns. But yeah, we've been kind of trying to actually get rid of some of these statues, because I do just have way too many of them. Like, just way too many of them. Today I learned that Daniel Radcliffe, well, I guess this morning I learned technically, that Daniel Radcliffe is playing Weird Al Yankovic in the Weird Al Yankovic movie, which is actually a way better fit than I thought it would be. It's gotta be a fun fucking role to play in a movie. So, yeah, that's something I never thought I'd see, but, let's see what else. I had a relatively interesting weekend. Oh, Twitch added, artist's badges. So Cooler now has an artist's badge in this chat, and also is credited for all of the emotes that he has made for me, which is cool. Weird Al Yankovic movie or the artist's badges? Space Pirate. I jumped subjects too quickly, and now I'm like, Yeah, look at Cooler. Although you in chatty, you may not see. We don't know. But if you click on this, yeah, it says that Cooler drew them. Does Twitch send them all of those to you in unique notifications, or does it send them all in one bulk notification? Because that's going to be a lot of spam for some artists. Recreating? Okay, gotcha. There's a page where you can manage all of them? Interesting. It's gotta be neat seeing that pile in. 'Cause it's just, I don't know. It's nice that we can actually credit people with stuff, you know? Takes them so long to haul these statues, dang it. Now, if Twitch could just give us a game dev badge, that'd be even better. I just want to give Epion a special role. It's just like there's also just so many people who watch my streams who have worked on various games. It'd be neat if I could, like, if they could get, like, a Twitch-approved game developer badge, which you'd have to apply for, similar to, like, Twitch Partner, with, like, proof that you made a game. But it'll never happen. It'd just be cool. Hey, chat, I'm just gonna link this. Guess why this game makes me mad? Damn it. That's all I have to say. Unfortunately, it is, because of the name. I cannot say that that game isn't a roguelike, because it's literally called roguelike. So, I guess roguelikes going forward have to be like that game. Grumbles. Roguelike, yes. Roguelike. A roguelike? You know, I've seen people, like, refer to things as roguelike-likes before, and, like... I love that the entire fucking games industry is just becoming a bunch of goddamn Valley girls. The vast majority of games that identify as roguelikes are absolutely nothing like rogues, so... c'est la vie. Be cool to have it show when a stream is currently playing their game. I could see why that would be cool, but I think that might actually upset some streamers, because some streamers might be like, well, this person's badge is actively promoting other streamers in my chat. That could be a problem. But it would be cool if, like, you know, Epion could, while he's watching a Jupiter Hell stream, have a special badge that says, I made this. Please report bug. Or, like, just a link to buy the game, I think would actually be useful. Linking to a stream, maybe less cool. Just my opinion. But I don't think they'll ever do dev badges. But then again, if you asked me a month ago if I thought that Twitch would ever do artist badges, I guess my response probably would have been no. So, you know, I guess Twitch still has surprises. But yes, artist badges are neat. I'm glad that they finally did that. Oh, I thought that, like, if people click on the badge, then it would give them a link to a stream who's currently playing it. Yeah, okay. Now I getcha. But I know for a fact that some devs like to be incognito, so they would have to have the ability to turn it off. But it would be neat to Just kind of broadcast that. I don't know. There's lots of small features I've thought that Twitch could have for years that make a lot of sense to me, that then I say it out loud and a person that it would actually matter to is like, I don't know. And that's one of those ones where I'm like, I think this would be really cool. And then some people are just like, I think that would cause a lot of harassment. And it's like, well, I think it depends on the game, really. Lead statue's heavy. Crutches and picks. Apparently I forgot to set those up. Oopsies. Hopefully nobody else gets thrown in prison because of that. I think the only time that I think it would get weird is if, like, a developer worked at a company and then stopped working at a company, and then it's like, well, do you keep the badge? So I'm just going to show this on stream for a second, and I want to know your guys' opinion, chat. Also, hello, Internet Kraken. You know, it's apparently it's the KFC dating sim people making that. I mean, what's really annoying to me, El Naso, is I've been staring at a lot of roguelikes that are like up and coming on Steam or coming soon. I started to notice traditional roguelikes tagging themselves as roguelite and action roguelike to show up in the more popular category on Steam of roguelite, which is fun. Trying to look for an example, but I just landed on this page, and I would just like to remind people to wishlist this game because holy fuck, it looks cool. Not a fan of the font work, but this game's real cool looking. Let me see if I can find one. Why so many statues? Because I have more iron than I will ever know what to do with. So I have opted to simply turn all of that iron into statues. Apparently Shotgun King has the action roguelike stat. Or what's the, not stat. Tag. The game that I stumbled upon. I'm not even finding it now. Might have been one of the smaller games that I was playing. Should have written it down, but oh well. Imagine that some company that renamed themselves and added blockchain to their name, and the company had nothing to do with the technology, and it just to get their stock raised. You're not thinking of like the credit card processor called Square that changed their name to Block. You're not thinking about that, are you? Because Square changed their name to Block to be more aligned with blockchain stuff, and then immediately got sued by H&R Block, which is kind of funny. You're liking Satan's butt cheeks? I will, in fact, not only quote you on that, but also just say it out loud. Because I, too, like Satan's butt cheeks. I mean, obviously, Satan is your osteopath. Naturally. It's some good comedy music. It's pretty great. You know, I feel like Satan's butt cheeks should open up for Ghost. I feel like that would be an absolutely awesome opener for Ghost. Like, not even joking. Like, that would be fantastic. People will always use buzzwords to sell something. Yep. Yep, you are correct. People will always use buzzwords to sell stuff. Just like true RPGs were dead for like over a decade. Quite literally, yes. Except out of lead. You had me. Satan's butt cheeks should open up. Satan's butt cheeks should open for Ghost. Although I don't think they're cool enough to open for Ghost. Go to Bandcamp and look up Satan's butt cheeks. I don't know what you'll find if you go anywhere else. But specifically look up the song Satan is My Osteopath. That is specifically the thing you need to look up. Although I may... No, I don't. Still have a copied link. Let's see. Nice. I can just go to my web browser and type in Satan, and Satan's butt cheeks pops up. Perfect. And also, I mean, I said this earlier today, but shoutouts to the lowest resolution banner I've ever seen on a Bandcamp page. Like, I don't know what resolution that is or what year that was made, but man, that shit's old looking. Also, this is maybe one of my favorite band photos I've seen, like, ever. I think that guy's in a towel with a belt. You know, just fantastic work of art. It's badass. Absolutely, yeah. Mend back, bend, crack. It's not at all what you expect it to be, and then you're just like, all right, I could get down with this riff. It's probably one of those bands that I'd probably be totally okay to just stream it, but you never know what has copy protection on it, so. Build a little bit of coffee. Sad news, chat. I just poured the last of my coffee into a cup. But yeah, I feel like those guys would put on a fantastic show. I don't know why. It's just a thought. I feel like they would be a lot of fun to listen to. At a show, completely unironically.
Happy 420.
It's 3:20 here, but I appreciate the wishes. Cheers. We do need to fill up that leaderboard, though. Both the leaderboards are currently not full, and that's bad. But thanks for the $4.20. Cheers. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Space Pirate helping keep this weird stream funded so that I can continue recommending bands like Satan's Butt Cheeks? Yeah. Also, Hobo, did you see Leclerc crash at Monaco again? He crashed at Monaco before Monaco even happened. Being honest, I was super confused by that footage when I saw him. Like, what the fuck's happening? Literally sitting here going like, all right, when's the next F1 weekend? I should know this, but I don't for some reason. Should really just like stop complaining that there isn't enough F1 and just like watch W Series. That's his home race. Has Leclerc ever finished a race at Monaco? Like, sort of a serious question. Also, chat room, come on. We can get some more beers in chat for the $4.20. Come on. We can get like 3 or 4 more. Maybe if we post enough beers in chat, Snoop Dogg will buy Twitter. And now the game's saving. Means I think, what'd you just listen to? Probably Satan's Butt Cheeks. Now you're probably listening to me talking, which is significantly worse. Just don't worry. Like, you know, you'll be driving down the road one day soon, and you'll just be sitting there going, bend back, bend, crack. I should stretch. That song does get a little weird towards the end, but it's a solid track. It's quite flatulent. I mean, that's what Satan's for, sir. It'll fix that problem, right? That song is just like absolute fucking nonsense, though. And that's part of why it's wonderful, is because it's just absolute nonsense. Like, does it actually mean anything? No. Is it funny and entertaining? Yes. Also, chat, you suck, so I'm going to put more beer in chat. It's a fucking banger. Damn straight. So, I just see this news article pop up. Canada plans to ban Putin and 1,000 members of the Russian government from entering the country. Why haven't we done that yet? Should have done that a while ago. You know, like around the time that we booted our diplomats out. Interesting. But yeah, looking forward to actual Monaco this year so that we can laugh when Leclerc crashes again. Well, I mean, Putin, yes. Russian officials, I don't know. There's a Russian oligarch that owns a very large house that's not actually very far from where I live. It's like just over in White Rock. Big ass fucking mansion at the end of the beach. It keeps on getting graffitied, which is why I know it's there. Didn't know it was there until like the, you know, recent events in the world started. I can't take a plane though. I don't know. Maybe they're really determined and can swim. No, they realistically. My knee-jerk response of what they should do with that mansion is they should auction it off a week at a time to adult film companies to go film adult films there and donate the money to refugee causes. That's what they should do. Because, like, who the fuck needs a 9-bedroom mansion anyways with the swimming pool? Like, that's what they should actually do. Considering that part of town has a rather well-known network based out of that part of town. But that's what they should do with it. Same with all these yachts that they keep taking over. I mean, what the fuck are you actually going to do with a yacht? Get behind that? Hey. That's what they should do with that mansion. But probably won't happen. It'll probably just be like sold or something. I should run for mayor? No. That sounds like work. How's Ukrainians in it? How about sell it and then pay for people, like maybe like build people actual houses to live in. Like that's what the money should be put towards, is like, you know, actually giving people affordable housing instead of like giving unaffordable housing to people who also can't afford it. Yeah, company events, you know, like filming stuff. I guess so, yeah. Like there are like you could just turn it into a big Airbnb, right? But that's just so much less fun than filming porn there. Because I'm just trying to think, it's like what would be the thing you could do that would piss the person who actually bought the house off the most? Also great for compensating. Yeah, same with well, actually, big house is great for compensating for the fact that you have too much money. But, you know, obligatory politics. Gotta get out. There's not that much filming to be done? Then explain how some of these, like, full-time sites put out 10 videos a day. There is that much filming to be done. You think that, like, YouTubers have to work in constant content churn? Jesus. I know somebody who worked in filming for that industry for a bit, who also did a bunch of cosplay photography and various other things. And from his descriptions of it, it's a non-stop industry. All right, that's interesting. Okay, so a caravan supposedly arrived, but no, it didn't. Oh, there it is. The other one arrived. Interesting. Only one of the wagons actually arrived. A Hallmark Christmas movie takes 10 days to film? Oh, true. Yeah, you could film a lot of Hallmark films in those. My little sister's in a bunch of Hallmark movies because she plays violin and she's blonde. And token blonde girl who play violin, very good background for Hallmark Christmas film. So my little sister's an extra in a bunch of Hallmark movies. Wogarden, hello. Your dwarf grew up today, by the way. What was I looking for? Metal. which means you actually have a career now. You like spears, apparently. But you're still a peasant. You felt satisfied after learning about discourse on the nature of belief. 14 years old, born on the 23rd of Obsidian in 384. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. She absolutely shameless and unfazed by the thoughts of others. Often feels filled with joy, is a nervous wreck. Finds humor in most situations, and almost never feels discouraged. Does not trust others and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings and tries to keep her things orderly, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this since she values friendship. She lives a fast-paced life and needs alcohol to get through the working day and is somewhat focused with satisfied needs. But, yeah, that's you. I'm cool, Dan. I'm pretty sure that it's I am dead, Dan. Unless, that or you had a dwarf in other fort, which is more likely. Also, I can totally turn the fountains back on. I really need to keep better track of who's in what fort. Living relatives? I can't remember who your parents were. So I'd need to figure out who your parents were. The problem is once you're booted out of a fort, like, you lose... Honestly, what I would do is just hold that thought until I release the save file, and then when I copy the save file, I can just go dig into adventure mode. Or not adventure mode, legends mode, and tell you. Because, like, it's... I'd need to find someone just on luck who is related to you right now. His parents probably don't remember who he was either. Ouch. But yeah, so basically I'd need to select a dwarf and go into their family tree just kind of at random, but I can't even remember if you had siblings. Let alone if your parents are still alive. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if Space Pirate's referring to Dwarf Fort or if Space Pirate is referring to real life. So it's kind of a hard thing to respond to. NDF? Okay, gotcha. There you go. Well, NDF, so you don't need to be sorry. You can just point and laugh because it's DF. It's fine. Both my parents died when I was a young child. It was a whole thing. It's fine. It's a pretty normal Dwarf affair, frankly. I just received a notification from Brave Software International that I've just received 1.6624999999999744 basic attention token. And now I'm kind of curious because the crypto market exploded. How much is a basic attention token right now? How much is a basic attention token currently? Let's find out. It's got to be at least 60 cents, maybe. No, it's 53 cents. Okay. Still like, you know, it was at $2. Okay, it dropped down to 38 cents. Damn. Still up 140% in the last year. Someone is coughing up a storm in the hallway. Ay, ay, ay. Those electrum bars, black bronze, rose gold electrum, silver brass. And why not? We'll also take the iron and the rose gold. Time to buy? I mean, crypto's on sale. But I don't know if I would recommend anything. As somebody I'm not a financial investments recommendations person. I ain't buying shit right now. Yep. Well, I think overall, yes, but not... Well, I mean, Bitcoin's down like 40%, I think. But yes, the crypto market, like, exploded. You know, honestly, I will just go to my favorite Star Trek fan account and scroll down a little bit. Man, they're getting, like, very on topic. Why did Elon Musk invent the Borg? But, hold on. What does ASMR stand for? Where is that? He tweeted out a thing recently. Ah, this is the one that I was looking for. What was crypto? Riker Googling. I mean, it's okay. He's in incognito mode, so. We'll go back up, right? I mean, some of them have already gone up. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not an investments expert, so don't listen to me. I still have some Bitcoin, but I made my money on Bitcoin at mid-2021 when it was pretty close to peak, right as it started to dip. Cashed out about $2,000 last year and paid my taxes on it. And probably not getting back in anytime soon. I started to get spooked out of the whole thing when NFTs started going absolutely ape shit. Remember having this conversation with my dad going, NFTs are going to kill the cryptocurrency market. He didn't agree with me. They highlight exactly how stupid crypto is. Hmm? Absolutely. I mean, I do think that there is value in Bitcoin. Bitcoin has value. Just because it was the first. But if nobody buys it, then fucking who cares? I made the joke before you did, so you can't make claim to it. Orange? But an entire market based on nothing but speculation and potential technology being backed up by unpopular technology that nobody actually wants is like, eh. Yeah, I mean, Litecoin, Bitcoin, and Ethereum aren't really going to go any... Like, they'll drop in value for sure. But if you're holding some Bitcoin and you're holding some Ethereum, I'd keep holding it. No reason to get out or buy in or anything. I mean, I guess, like, if you're going to buy a cryptocurrency, buy Bitcoin. But don't buy cryptocurrency. So, like, that's my advice. If you're going to buy cryptocurrency, buy Bitcoin. Otherwise, don't buy but also don't buy cryptocurrency. You know what you should buy? Subscriptions to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL and keep this weird show going. They're going to exit ETH. I have nothing in ETH right now. I have Bitcoin and some Cardano, but I think I also have some Dogecoin. I might have some Dogecoin somewhere. Not if you mint it first. I don't think that you can mint a line in Twitch chat. But I guess you could take a screenshot of that and mint it on fucking Polygon or something. I think I have about... If I still have Dogecoin sitting in Coinbase, it's probably like worth... if I had to guess, it's probably worth about $12 right now, if that. Don't give Amazon ideas? What? What ideas am I giving to Amazon? I know somebody who probably had like 50 grand in Dogecoin a couple of years ago, but I don't know what I'm not supposed to give ideas to Amazon. What idea did I accidentally give to Amazon? Hold up. I want to link a tweet that I saw earlier today. Just grabbing a tweet that I saw this morning. Just let me, there you go. I will continue to maintain that the best TikToks end up on other platforms quickly enough that you don't need TikTok. It's probably worth like $5. When did it turn into $150 in Bitcoin? Because Bitcoin hasn't lost that much value. So it's depending on when you turned it into Bitcoin, it's probably about $80 in Bitcoin. I don't think Twitch would make NFTs because I think Twitch is self-aware enough to know that it would probably destroy their platform overnight. Also, now is not the best time to be announcing NFTs, period. You have pi value in Dogecoin? That's fantastic. That is fantastic. Also, that shit slaps, by the way, that tweet that I just posted. It's like very catchy. December 2020? Yeah, it's probably about $80 in Bitcoin now. Off the top of my head. Like if it was 150 in December, it went up. So it probably went up to like 200 something. It's probably around 80 if I had to guess. But anyway, jokes aside though, don't spend money on cryptocurrency. But if you have cryptocurrency, you can donate it to me. I'll shut up. Do that. And I'm trying to, it's probably more hassle than you want to deal with. Kraken. I don't even know what that is. Is that an exchange that I've never heard of? But yeah, recovering it is probably more effort than it's worth. Although that being said, a lot of exchanges are kind of going under right now. Because everybody's trying to sell their cryptocurrency because of the crash. A lot of exchanges are running out of money. Which is actually kind of impressive. Like, very impressive. Wow. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I wouldn't compare Coinbase and Robinhood, but Robinhood is this close to just straight up being a scam if you buy crypto through it. But I don't know. The annoying thing about crypto is it literally isn't going anywhere. It'll lose value, but it's not going anywhere. It's just going to sit dormant. Absolutely. I'll know so. Wait, just to run into cash on hand and run into problems? Yeah, and then if people try and sell their cryptocurrency, then you're just kind of fucked. But it's a weird space. Basically, right now, if you have cryptocurrency and you want to keep it, I would recommend setting up a private local wallet and getting it off of whatever exchange it's on. That TikTok was like, really is though, isn't it? It's fucking great. I saw that tweet this morning and I was jamming to it. It's great. Yeah, also Bitcoin is finite and they will run off with your Bitcoin if they get the opportunity. It's happened before, it'll happen again. I'm looking forward to all of the documentaries about Luna crashing the crypto market. Looking forward to the documentaries about that. I ain't buying into your Ponzi scheme, quote unquote. But I mean, how do I explain? Okay, how many people do you think actually understand how the stock market work? Like, if like let's just say, like, the Western world. On average, what percentage of people do you think actually understand how the stock market works? Because I would say it's probably a very low percentage. So thus a lot of people, I'm pretty sure, most likely don't realize how cryptocurrency works, because it's like the stock market, but also more obfuscated, weird, obtuse, and complicated in a lot of ways at the exact same time. So take the stock market, 1% and you're being generous, exactly. Take the stock market and then cut that into a fraction of people, but also put some of the smartest marketing and brand awareness. Because, like, people look at the stock market and they go, boring, rich people stuff. But people look at cryptocurrency for some reason and think, I can get in on this. I understand how computer work. That is an asset, not a currency. If you go to a fast food place to buy a burger, then you have to figure out what the capital gains for it. No, absolutely. Yeah, that's the actual issue. Because and you know, I was talking with my team about this recently, because, like, NFT games keep fucking popping up left and right, and you know, showing off all of these beautiful NFTs that they've minted for their game that they haven't started developing yet. And, like, I'd say maybe once every other week or so, I get offered free NFTs for a game that's not out yet, that are already publicly tradable. And it's just like, hold up. If you give me an NFT, how do I pay capital gains on that? Is that, like, does that have value? Is concern bad? What? So, you know. We're an industry-wide crash laundering scheme? Well, what, like, you mean, like, the crypto version of The Big Short? I'd watch that movie. The problem is I'd want to sucker punch every single character in the nose by the end of it. But literally, like, all crypto is it's a more complicated version or digital version of the stock market, minus a lot of the barriers to entry that's been extremely cleverly marketed. That's all it really is. Like, if Wall Street could figure out how to market the stock market the same way, just as many people would be interested in investing. It's just, the thing is, they are not, because they don't want normal people investing. They want it to stay a rich person's game. So thus they completely obfuscate it with obtuse lingo. But, you know, whatever. I'll bet you Square Enix feels real good about selling off all those IP for $300, million. Emoji Movie, but it's NFTs. Don't look up Bored Ape Yacht Club animated film or animated show or whatever it was. There's a Bored Ape Yacht Club TV show already. Featuring Bored Ape NFTs. Paying the people who have the NFTs. But... It's also awful, Elnay, so don't watch it. I may or may not have watched a minute or so of it. It's pretty awful. In fact, I'm looking at my spam folder right now, and I've found 1, 2, 3 NFT games. Yeah. 3. Yeah, no, absolutely. Stock market is super easy to understand. The problem is most people don't take the 20 minutes to read about it to understand what any of it means. Or I don't know if it's a problem necessarily, but that's what ends up happening. It's just people don't realize that it's easy. They assume it's difficult because it sounds scary. A little over a year ago, a coworker at your job made a 5K trading crypto. Sure. You know, it's kind of funny because, like, February... Oh, Fire Imp is fighting with Rundle. Nope. Never mind. It actually just fell off a cliff. A friend of mine, early 2020, or like it was like Christmas 2020, randomly started DMing me about crypto. And so I had to, he's just like, yo, I want to get in on crypto. And like, so I had to explain a bunch of stuff to him. I actually put some of my stuff back on exchanges for a bit to trade back and forth when he was all into it. But like, managed to increase some of my stuff, lost some other things. It's like, I don't know. For me, I took crypto about as seriously as I take scratch and win tickets. Like, I treated it like gambling, quite literally. And I got kind of lucky because I put $20 into a Bitcoin debit machine in 2015, and that turned into about $2,000 that I cashed out and bought a synthesizer. And then I cashed out another $1,500, and I've been just sitting on the remainders ever since. So the stuff that I still have in the market is basically just free money. But I will say that it is genuinely one of my biggest regrets that like I didn't just invest like $500 in Bitcoin in like 2012 when I first learned that it existed. Because it was so fucking hard to do in Canada. So fucking hard to do. You had to mail somebody a check. And you recommended Take-Two because GTA is never going to not make money, and apparently it's been doing better than all of their other stocks. Well, I mean, at least you didn't say Activision Blizzard. they might be upset with you, but yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I mean, Take-Two is a good one. Stupid question. Is Embracer Group publicly traded? Or are they private investing? I don't actually know. I'd also hesitate to say, or not necessarily hesitate to say that Roblox would be a bad one to invest in. Just because Roblox is just like ludicrously successful. Yeah, Take-Two. That's a good one to buy into. The thing for me is like, I don't think I, in good faith, could invest in any video game company, just because I technically work in games media, and that is a massive conflict of interest. It's just fear of auditing would keep me from doing any of that. Also, Take-Two is technically actually got a release date for Kerbal 2 soon, TM. But greed is, I don't know if I'd necessarily say it's a horrible drug, but it's certainly a source of massive amounts of stupidity. But on the topic of greed being a horrible drug, Streamer is going to say once again that those leaderboards are still mighty empty. But Streamer being greedy. Only you bought AMD about a decade ago, you could be retiring maybe? Retiring's overrated. I don't ever want to be truly retired. How's it been? Pretty chill. Pretty chill, I would say. How has the office been? I mean, if I had a more diverse stock portfolio and didn't just have it, like, everything in a disability account, essentially, I'd probably put more stocks into weed. Because I think the stock that I have that's done the best is a big dispensary chain. At least as of last time I checked, which was 2 months ago. I don't look at that stuff very often. But I don't know. I'm far from retiring, so. That is a scared dwarf. What are you running from? Sounds good. Bailey? You guys heard they outsourced part of their drivers? Did they do that willingly, or did they do that because they were forced to? Usually I find when companies like NVIDIA outsource, open source stuff, it's usually because they were forced to. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, it's pretty big news that I won't hear about until I listen to it on the Foss Pod. A podcast about open source software. Still not all of the driver? And who cares? I mean, obviously not who cares. You know what I mean. I don't follow open source news, so I probably never would find out about that. I learned the other day that Ear Trumpet is open source, which kind of weirded me out a little bit. Ear Trumpet. It's the only reason the hide icon button on the volume bar on Windows exists. It's basically just a better, like, volume tool for Windows. No, that's a trombone, not a trumpet audio. Also, hi, audio. What's up, dude? Happy Tuesday! I think it's Tuesday. Fuck, I hope it's Tuesday. If it's not Tuesday, then I'm streaming on the wrong day. Anyway, happy Tuesday. It's Tuesday, my dudes. I think. Did you see the cool news audio? Probably not, because I don't think you're plugged into Twitch news at all, but so I can see if I still have the link on tap. No, I don't. Crap. I'm grabbing the link. That those are the same color. Satan's butt cheeks? Well, I mean, Satan's butt cheeks isn't exactly news. Yeah, TLDR Cooler has fancy badge now. I'm sorry, what? One of these Ettins was just stating that it got caught in miasma. What miasma, though? Bizarre. Also, like, if you type in, say, crypt blank, and you click on it, it now is credited to Cooler. So you type in crypt blank, it says artist, Cooler SK, and then you can click on his username and it pops up the stream. That's kind of rad. But yeah, I had to send Cooler a bunch of notifications earlier today because I gave him the badge, and then which replaces the bit badge, and they also have that. I think it's really, really cool. I think that's a nice change. It's one of those changes I think Twitch should have had a while ago, but it's nice that it exists now at least. So I think it's really neat. But also, I don't know exactly why Satan's butt cheeks would qualify as news. El Naso. It's like, hey, have you heard this neat band would be a way that I would start that sentence more than, hey, have you heard this? Have you heard the news? Have you heard this one piece of, like, oddly specific Twitch news? Odds are pretty good. Probably no. Curious about how quickly this drains. Pretty fast, it seems. Anyway, how was your weekend? Single track minds. Single riff mind. More like... I can't do that. Riff. With my mouth. Don't work. It no work. I think it might be lunch pretty soon. Chat, I want to play some Citizen Sleeper tonight, but I also really want to play Round Guard. Should I play Citizen Sleeper or Round Guard first? Concerningly easy? That's, well, I mean, it's a good thing that you recovered it, but I would make a local wallet, move it off of whatever exchange it's on, get it into a local account so that they don't run off with it in case they close. Because I don't believe that any markets are gonna, well, maybe not any, but a lot of exchanges are probably gonna vanish in the next 6 months at the rate things are going. Especially Coinbase. Coinbase is concerned. I mean, one's literally Peggle, so there's that. I could play Citizen Sleeper first and then Round Guard after because it is kind of a no-brain game. Maybe that's wise. Yeah, I think we'll do it in that order. Unless there's like an overwhelmingly large like Round Guard support in chat, which for some reason I kind of think the answer is no. Let's see. I mean, I never said it was either or. I said, which one should I play first? But, in fact, I'm pretty sure I said both from the start, so. Apologies if that wasn't clear. All right, chat. Well, I think we are going to save Longdeath for today, because that is the pretty normal Longdeath allotment for the day. I'm going to play some musics for you guys, and then eat my lunch. When I come back from lunch, we're going to play some Citizen Sleeper until I get tired of reading. When I get tired of reading, we're going to watch balls bounce on things in round card. That's going to be the plan for the rest of the evening. If I